Oh, hello there. I'm sorry I didn't see you. My name's host Eric. I'm the host of Talking with Fancy People along with my beloved Fancy, Rachel. She's my fiance for another month or so
Yeah,
before she becomes my official legal wife.
official legal wife.
Yeah.
Wow, it's like still hasn't hit me.
Yeah. Well, what it means basically is that if you don't honor your vow to obey me, then the police will come arrest you. Yeah.
I really didn't know what I was signing up for.
Well, you didn't know that, huh? If I call them for your disobedience right now, they just come and say, listen, ma'am, it's highly recommended you obey him, but since you're not married yet, we can't force you.
Oh, now that's what they say.
Yeah, well, because we're not married yet, but if we're married, then they'll just throw you in jail if you disobey me.
Oh, I don't want to get thrown in jail.
Well, I don't want to be the boss, but that's the law.
Oh,
That is the law. This is very much a coincidence. I was in bed thinking about Taylor because of his relationship with the ISP. I wanted to see how that would play out when you went live. And then you went live. Well, they seemed like a happy couple. Um, Katie is the, I believe, supervisor type to
mhm,
ESTP,
yeah.
but Taylor's so inherently bossy, I think it canceled each other out. Hi, Mr. Man. You're a special gentleman who brings toys to all the children every Christmas. Hey, my favorite channel's streaming too.
Hey,
We're talking about C.S. Joseph, right? Well, that I see was good. So, you know, had a bit of a thwack fest with the wall, but then guess what else? Rachel and I practiced playing some songs. We recorded to see what it sounded like. I couldn't get the headphones out from the amplifier to come in clean and record clean. It was noisy. So I think next time I'm gonna have to incorporate the PA, which has a mixer on it. So I think the problem is basically trying to run both the headphones out, which is amplified by the amplifier, and a condenser mic, which requires phantom power. It means that to get the mic to sound proper, you have to have the phantom power on, but that causes noise in the second channel. That's my hypothesis. So, fortunately, I have multiple solutions to this, including this nice PA thing that I just bought. It's not a super fancy one or anything, but it's nice and compact. It has everything you need. It's got a mixer in it. I can just run the out into the PA, and it should be able to handle it. It should have separate um, phantom powers for each channel. And then I can run one stereo out, or I can run two mono outs into the sound card. Alternately, I could just mic the amp, you know. we already get a lot of guitar in the vocal mic anyway, so um, of course these problems are just about live performance anyway. It's not something we do with wouldn't be a problem if we were recording. So what about typology, Eric? Well, it was interesting talking to our officiant. I
Mm.
can't say precisely what type he is, but he's an extrovert. I'm thinking maybe an ENFP.
Yeah, maybe. I invited him to stay for food if he wanted to, but he said he has a full day, so.
Okay, cool. I'm glad you did invite him. You saw Gran Torino? Yeah, that's a harsh movie to watch, man, Mr. Bobby. That one will leave some psychic scars on you.
That's not good.
Fantastic film, brilliant film, but pretty hard to watch in some spots, you know. Yeah, I do L.I. Lost, and it's ridiculous. It's like somehow, some way, Eric became critical to saving civilization was the truth. It seems fucking totally impossible, right? It's like statistically the most unlikely thing in history. It really appears that's the way it is, you know?
Yeah.
It's like cognitive functions. If people use a cognitive function frame, they understand everything differently. Instead of understanding other people as inconceivably wrong and beyond comprehension how they could be like that, they recognize, oh, okay, just as my values are NI and FE and NE, this person's values are, they see NI as instrumental and they see maybe even TI as instrumental. And then you go, they say, you're doing it backwards, Eric. You think that a map can define me. I use maps. I can't be defined by them. And that's just implicit to stack stuff, you know? And so it makes it a little bit tricky, of course, when you're telling people, look, here's the single right answer that we all need to understand is that we are all defined by our cognitive function stacks more than by anything else in life, barring significant abuse or some other kind of really bad trauma, right? So if people understood that, then we'd have to get rid of the current way of like type descriptions. We have to get rid of type descriptions that tell non-intuitives that they are not smart, not creative, and boring. Because nobody wants to be those things, right? We have to come up with type descriptions that are realistic. We need to talk about certain kinds of intuitives being retarded, you know? And the great damage, great difficulties they have, and how much of a curse it is to be an intuitive. Unless you're an ENTJ or an ENFJ, in which case their curse is a subtle one. They don't know their own life, but you know. Look, intuitives don't necessarily do better in school. Like
I
I
didn't.
did medium
Yeah,
in
I did
school.
medium at school too.
ENTJs will do great in school. They're the least
Yeah.
smart of the intuitives too,
They do really good in
but
school though.
they'll kill it in
Hmm.
school. I think they're less smart than INFPs. Uh, okay, they're they're actually even less smart than ENFPs. They're definitely less smart than INFJs, ENFJs, ENTPs, and INTPs and INTJs. The only toss up really is maybe ENFP. ENTJs and ENFPs both think they're smart and aren't.
I think S slot SI manifesting like very forgetful. Like
You forgot about a part with that guy until I reminded you.
yeah,
Well,
that sort of stuff.
look, ENTJs are not going to be perceived by most people as dumb. In fact, most people are going to perceive them as geniuses,
Yeah.
like Elon Musk. The thing to remember is smart and goal oriented are not the same thing. In fact, they're practically complete opposites. So, Elon Musk isn't a dummy, but he's very competent at getting things accomplished and at solving problems and that kind of stuff and attaining goals. That is not the same thing as saying somebody is smart at all. Well, smart is NTP style smart, where you're correct and you're simply evaluating the statuses of things and detaching your evaluations from any outcomes. That makes it the most abstract, the least useful, and therefore the most smart. It is not possible to be truly smart and also very effective at the same time. Effectiveness requires you to cut too many intelligence corners. You're focused on what you want and how to get it. It's too particularist.
Karma's Pimp, are you talking about Teal Swan?
It's not the case that least useful always equals more smart, but it is the case that the most smart people are the least useful as a general rule. Why? Because it's about ideation and deliberation. Extroverted sensing is the end of the ideational deliberative process. So for INTP who's got SE7, they think things should be ideated and deliberated indefinitely and never be concretized into actual action. ENTPs have it a little easier, but we're the same way. We don't like SE. We don't like concretizing things into actuality because it's the end of the ideation and deliberation process. Intelligence is best defined as ideation and deliberation. Whether you're deliberating on your own subjective calculi, that requires just as much mental energy, but it's not normally considered smart, right? So you're looking at NETI. Yeah, understanding is not a good thing to do, right? For normal people in normal life, they don't need to understand things. They don't want to understand things. What's the point of understanding things? I don't want to understand how the lights work. I just want them to work, right? I don't want to understand everything. I just want to know what I have to do. That's 99% of people, right? And the ones who do want to understand things, they want to understand things that are specific subjects that they find interesting, you know? Everybody's like that. They don't want to understand things they need to understand, but don't find interesting or fun. It doesn't make them look or feel good. Nobody wants to understand the things they need to understand. People just want to understand the things they want to understand. The question is, do they really need to understand them? Well, that depends on their job, basically. Like, if you're a school administrator, you need to understand what I have to tell you. Because currently, you're engaging in the human rights violation that everyone's cool with. Youth prison camp. So, yeah, those people with that job, they need to understand what I have to teach them because of their job. It confers on them certain responsibilities and duties that they need to therefore execute from a place of correct understanding. That's from a universalist third party perspective. You are correct that having lots of knowledge doesn't make you smart. Now, being smart means you will eventually accumulate quite a bit of knowledge, but you can't get smart by just accumulating knowledge. You can't get smart at all. You either are smart or you're not. That's all there is to it. There are varying degrees of smart and varying kinds of smart, but the bottom line is verbal analytical reasoning skills, argumentational skills, the kind of intelligence that any TI is, that obviously wins the day because that's how you determine whether something validates, you know? Whether how everything else that's how you determine whether everything else validates. How it validates is by evaluating its argumentation for legitimacy, you know? And how you do that depends on what kind of argumentation it is, what kind of claims they're making, whether they establish overtly their own criterion. You know, there's a whole bunch of shit like that, right? It's legal thinking. And the reason it's the top level thinking is because it's the only kind of thinking that excises all particularist stuff. So therefore, it eliminates all the subjective stuff. So it can't be meaningful to you on a singular subjective experiential level because that's not what it's trying to do. It's trying to explain things. So, you know, it's like if you sat Elon Musk and I down and asked us each policy questions or questions about the state of America, democracy, human consciousness, any question at all, it would be obvious in no uncertain terms to everybody that I was way smarter than that guy. I would whip his ass on every single question, even in his areas of expertise, because I'd level up in terms of frame, right? He wouldn't stand a chance. It wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be fair both because of my cognitive function advantages, but also because I have unique SI knowledge bits that have extra power, like understanding cognitive functions, being a debate coach, understanding argumentation as a science, you know? I have the advantage of recognizing that truth is a status people afford or confer on the statements for certain purposes of their own. Most people think truth exists outside of people's communication. So that's a huge advantage I have. Like I understand what truth actually means in a meaningful definition that's operationalized, you know? And it's a status that's conferred on the statements indicating those statements validate, more specifically, okay? So truth is a status conferred on the statements that indicates those statements validate. Of course, whether or not the statements do validate, that's a separate question, right? Every time a person makes a statement, illocutionarily, what's implied is, I believe, yeah, to be true. If you add those words at the front and the back of your statement, it means exactly the same thing as if you just say your statement. I believe that if you add those words to the end of your statement, it means the exact same thing as just making the statement to be true. So these things are level ups, right? When you understand language correctly as a form of action people take for their own reasons, and that you cannot remove that illocutionary reality from any piece of language and correctly analyze it. That truth is not outside of us, it's a assertion we're making for the purposes of getting someone else to agree with something. It's always that, and it's never anything else. Now, holistic truth is people use the term to refer to things that aren't statements, like, that song is so true. Well, there is an NI validation, but it's not something that we can establish externally for other people to scrutinize and agree with our methodologies concluding about why it's meow, right? That is holistic knowledge. That's not deliberated statuses. Deliberation determines statuses. Knowledge is different. Intuition knows, for example, that there's 5% juice in that can. I asked Rachel this morning, quite confident that she had never read it before either. I just read it this morning on the can. I said, how much juice do you think there is in these Arizona light half and halves? And she said 5%. It was exact 5%. She intuited that was probably how much juice was in there. She could defend the truth of it after the fact only because it said so on the can. So if it didn't say so on the can, she still would have been right, but she couldn't have defended her correctness, right? Because she just intuited it. She didn't deliberate it out. What do I mean by an operationalized definition? I mean, for example, the definition I have of unconscious is the more unconscious something is, the less able you are to remember yourself using instances of it. That's an operationalized definition. You can then use that definition yourself to check to see how unconscious something is if you're that metacognitively detached. Most types aren't. Like INFJ, ENTP are both very metacognitively detached because we're so distant from our subjective functions. INFJ is even more than ENTP because ENTPs have SI as a conscious function. It's a subjective knowledge function. No, truth is not a social construct. Truth is a claim people make. It's a status people try to afford to statements for the purpose of getting others to agree to those statements. It's a form of action taking, making a claim that something is true. It's something that people do as a form of taking action. When we recognize it as that, and it's always that, and it's never anything else, then we can eliminate this notion that somehow truth is outside of us. Different kinds of claims require different kind of validation. If I say, I went to 7-Eleven yesterday, you can validate the truth of that by looking at their surveillance camera footage, the truth or falsehood of that, right? So that kind of claim is subject to empirical verification. Because now that part, why is that kind of claim subject to empirical verification? It's implicit to what it is, right? If I'm making a claim about the physical world and there's physical evidence to prove what I'm saying is correct, then that's just how we validate that kind of claim. If, on the other hand, I'm making a normative claim like lying is always wrong, that's a much more difficult kind of claim to validate, right? You've got to make a complex set of arguments starting from some sort of axiomatic principle about which nobody disagrees. So, that's a different kind of claim, a harder thing to justify, obviously, if you're claiming it's true, the statement is true. And again, anytime you make a statement, implicit in making a statement, you're saying, I believe the following is true. Yeah. I assert the following is true. Those statements, those words added on there change the meaning of the sentence not at all. So that's the illocutionary plane behind any statement making is I assert the following is true. And it's like, then there are statements that nobody ever disputes the truth of, like, I really liked that movie. Nobody's going to say, no, you didn't. You're lying. You didn't like that movie. And the reason is because that kind of claim references subjective data that only the claim maker has access to. Only the claim maker knows what their own feelings are. There's no way to externalize those objectively. We can't peer into his feelings with a feelings meter and see what they actually are. So those kind of claims just simply don't get contested. And people go, well, that's just a matter of opinion anyway, so who cares, right? Actually, aesthetics are not just a matter of opinion. They are a matter of opinion. People have opinions about aesthetics, but aesthetics they validate as true or false just as deliberated things do. It's just we can't use those statuses because we aren't making the right kind of claim to justify it with the right kind of argumentation, right? So we, instead of saying um, that song is true, we say that song is good, and it is true that it is good, and it is objectively good, and that song is objectively bad. But we can never prove those statements. But nevertheless, it is wrong to say that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And the thing about justifications in general, if you want to establish something's true, you need to make your assertion, and then you need to establish your framework. You need to say, I'm evaluating truth according to this criterion. This is how I'm validating this, and this is why I'm validating it this way. For certain kind of claims, like, for example, a just country provides health care to all its citizens. For that kind of claim, you have to have really well operationalized framework. Like, I define justice as that which maximizes equality. Okay, if you define it like that, well, okay, and then you say criterion for winning the debate is something like compare worlds. So in that case, you're going to say, let's compare a world in which everybody has health care versus a world in which everybody doesn't have health care. And then the opponent's going to say, let's not use that criterion to evaluate this. Let's define justice properly. And let's use a value criterion. So your value is justice. Your value criterion is something like preventing rights violations or maximizing autonomy. Something like that, right? Now, then you've done real rhetorical work. You know where you disagree. We disagree on framework. You want to compare worlds. I want to use a real value criterion of maximizing autonomy or something. So therefore, I'm going to have to establish that autonomy is preferable to equality. I have to make that argument as a value criterion, not necessarily as a value, because justice is the value in both cases. And if you speak ironically, you assert the opposite of what you're saying is true, and that there is some truth expressed by the nature of your irony. Well, the thing is, you're taking advantage of the fact that the illocutionary plane implies, I believe the following to be true before every statement, and that you're using tone to subvert that in order for humorous effect and or like making your point or whatever. But
bad news.
what?
I broke the bomb.
Oh, that's not that big of a deal. Do we have 0 bongs now?
I don't know where the. Yeah, I can't. I'm looking for.
You took this bong and broke it?
Yes.
And you can't find the other bong.
That's what I was looking for.
Okay, well, why did you take this bong to look for the other bong? Do you think it was going to help you find its friend?
Yeah, I guess. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's no big deal, Rachel. We'll get more bongs. We'll find the one that's missing. Did you look out back?
I looked at back.
Did you look on the patio outside of the tent of awning?
Oh, I didn't look out back this way.
Well, that's where I thought it was. It was up there by the chair.
Yeah, it is. We had a bomb.
Fantastic. Great. Well, no, it's a form of action you're taking. Like I'm taking a form of action right now. I'm saying, no, what you're saying is wrong. What I'm saying is different and correct. I'm making that assertion. Have I substantiated it? Well, I'm substantiating it right now by pointing out that that's what I'm doing and that what you're doing is the same thing. You're taking an action. You're making an assertion and telling me you should agree with this, Eric, because it's correct. And then if we're really precise in our thinking in our language, we understand what kind of claim we're making and what kind of validation metric is appropriate for it, what kind of value we're arguing under, if it's a normative kind of a claim instead of a policy plan. If it's a policy plan, it's a little bit of a different frame of reference there. But well, sure. I mean, a lot of people would argue, will try to argue that the best way to uphold rights is by the government affording everybody health care. And then at that point, they'll define rights in some fucked up way. They'll be like, um, people have the right to life, and they'll die if they don't get free health care. Therefore, it's a rights violation to deny that to them. That is obviously bullshit. Nobody has a right to free health care, right? If people had a right to free health care, then some individual party would be responsible, liable, if you didn't get it. So, are there objects that you can't have operationalized descriptions for them or definitions for them? No, I mean, everything that you want to use rhetorically needs to be subject to being operationally defined. I mean, some words we never bother defining because we all agree, like the, you know, and is, and we don't bother defining words like that. But if you're going to have a resolution that says something like a just society uh, provides health care to all its citizens, then in that case, you're going to need to define just, possibly society, probably as country. Probably the resolution would say a just nation. You might want to define nation. You might want to define, you definitely have to define just, and then you're going to need to operationally define your value criterion. So, okay, if a just nation, yeah, and I define justice as upholding of negative rights, let's say. Well, then I still need a value criterion. In that case, my value criterion would be maximizing autonomy. It would be the way I was going to uphold negative rights. So there's nothing you can use as an object in a debate about something without that thing, and have that thing play any significant role without it being subject to being defined. Well, the point is, it's an entitlement. It's not a right. Even if you make it a civil right, it's still an entitlement. You're saying everybody's entitled to this by virtue of their citizenship. That's not the same thing as a right. A right is a right from something. It's not a right to something. Positive rights are always contractual. You could argue that the government's relationship with the populace is a contractual one, but you'd have to ignore the actual meaning of the word contractual and destroy the meaning of the word contract entirely, because contracts are consensual, fully informed parties consensually making a mutual decision to sign a contract. That's not what happens with the government, so it's not correct to say that it's a positive right. Positive rights are only contractual. Therefore, it's an entitlement. Once we name it correctly, then we can argue about whether a just society should provide that entitlement. But people arguing in favor of providing health care to people, everybody, they don't want to argue it as an entitlement. They want to argue it as a right, which it's not. You could reasonably make the argument that a just society provides this entitlement to all of its citizens. But see, if you make that argument, then you have to argue about how you're going to pay for it, for example. Or are you going to deny citizens the right to independently contract out with physicians to get good health care? So this because then you find, okay, well, no, we're gonna let rich people get their own health care still. Okay, so now you're gonna means test for this, right? So only poor people are gonna get free health care? No, anybody who wants it's gonna get it. So you're gonna get people who are billionaires and getting free health care from the government because why pay for their own health care? It's free for the government, right? And if you are going to give it free to everybody from the government, how are you going to establish prices? What are you going to do with the existing status quo? We currently have this fucked up middleman healthcare system with all these insurers, right? If a just society is going to ensure everybody gets free healthcare in America, are they going to do it through this already totally fucked up back assward system, or are they going to scrap it? And if they're going to scrap it, what about all those people who work in insurance industries? They're going to lose their jobs. They're going to get free health care, which you'll have to wait for forever. Because when it's free, people will go there for whatever little thing, any little thing. After all, no cost to them. The economics of reality dictate to us that healthcare, like everything else, should cost money and be subject to market forces. Then doctors couldn't charge more than people could afford, or they wouldn't have any patients, right? And then we wouldn't have two different prices for drugs: people with insurance versus people with no insurance. And we wouldn't have a phenomenon like I had the other day at CVS, where Rachel's drug they told us was $600. And I said, "That's $600?" He said, "Let me look for a discount." Okay, it's $20. What? What kind of insane world is that, right? There's no way to force a single payer system without massively inflating healthcare costs because people go to the doctor for lots of unnecessary things. People need to make the decision. Is this worth the number of dollars it's going to cost to go to the doctor or not? Then they go to the doctor when they really need to, and they don't when they don't. Like sane society. Right? What science or field of knowledge studies this process of analyzing statements or parsing or TI-NA process? It's called forensics, or it used to be called. It's the study of dialectic and rhetoric. It used to be forensics was just policy debate. Gradually, it's incorporated a bunch of speech events and other things. But forensics is originally meant, before it meant like crime scene forensics, it meant the forensics of correctness, of argumentation. You can forensically break down argumentation to see who's right, who's wrong, who's full of shit, who's talking out their ass, and who knows what they're talking about. Of course, the thing is, most people don't deliberate with TI in conjunction with any as an action function. So as a consequence, you've got all your heuristic using interfacers, your TE DOMs and FE DOMs, who don't believe in deliberation, fundamentally don't believe in it. They think everything needs to be interfaced. Look at Jeffrey's mom, for an example. Jeffrey's mom thinks that the best way to write a college essay is to try to research what people who read college essays want to read, and then try to make what you think that they want. Of course, that's a terrible way to write a college essay. The best way to write a college essay is to tell the truth, to speak the truth. I think the best thing America could possibly do would be to make health insurance illegal, or to mandate for everybody only catastrophic care health insurance. So it doesn't do anything. It's got a high deductible, but if you get something that's going to cost $1 million, then they got to pay for it, right? But they just get your money, and you never make any claims on it because it's got such a high deductible, but it's catastrophic care health insurance. That's what the getting rid of the free riders idea with the individual mandate was supposed to be in the first place. That's when the idea makes sense. You're treating free riders as people who are driving without car insurance, and when they crash and destroy somebody's car, they can't pay for the damages, and they can't meet their liability, right? Okay, well, if you want to do that way, if you want to do that with health insurance, you need to do exactly the same thing as we do with cars. You get liability only, right? You don't, it's like you don't make a car insurance claim every time you get a dent in your car and try to get them to pay for a fix, right? You just get liability insurance so that if you are drunk and totaled somebody else's car, the insurance company pays for it, right? Okay, fair enough. So let's do that with health insurance. Have a catastrophic care mandate. And then everybody has to be covered, sure. But all they have to be covered for is catastrophic care. So only people with actual serious problems who are willing to spend $10,000 of their own money in deductibles will get the thing, you know? Because people don't need basic care, right? Babies need vaccinations. To the extent that we have good vaccinations that work, we should all take them. Not the COVID vaccination, but real vaccinations. But we don't need checkups, right? For all of human history, people didn't go to the doctor for checkups. The only things the doctors can really do for you is fix injuries. That's important, right? But everybody would pay so much less money if they occasionally had to pay $1,000 as a doctor than paying hundreds of dollars a month for insurance for preventative care they don't need. We've been through doctor shit. Rachel spent 10 years under the care of Mercy Medical Center as an insurance cash cow, and they failed to treat her bipolar mania throughout that entire 10 years, instead making her go to classes for cannabis addiction while doping her with the wrong drugs for 10 straight years, milking that insurance company. She came to LA. We hired a private psychiatrist with our own money. It was kind of expensive, but a lot less expensive than health insurance. And he fixed her in 2 visits. Perfectly cured. She went from poorly treated for 10 years to perfectly cured. Why? Because we went from health insurance to out of pocket. When you actually pay for your insurance, when you pay for your health care, you have a reason to expect accountability. Hey, I just paid you $400. Fix this bitch. You know, you can't say that if you don't pay anything. If you have insurance, what do they tell you? Well, let's just run some more tests. After all, nobody's paying for it. It's just the insurance company. That's not a good way to cure you, and it's not good economics. There are some people who need to go to the doctor a lot because they're very sick or whatever. Fine. They'll then get to their deductible quickly and they'll get free health care from their catastrophic health care coverage. You know, you've got to make people responsible in some sense for their decision making. It has to link to actualities in some way. Otherwise, you have this insane system where you've got 2 different prices for the price that insurance company people pay and the price of cash payment people pay. I go to the doctor, I pay a small amount for a visit. If I was with an insurance company, they'd charge that insurance company $600 for my 15-minute visit. They don't do it to regular people because it's insane. So they charge me like $75. So what do you think is driving up the cost of healthcare? Is it too little government intervention? No, it's too much. When you're mandating everybody get health insurance and nobody thinks the health insurance people are real people, have their own money, and they just think you just get this insanity, right? I paid $377 for my medication today. Why? Because in order for the drug company to get $40 or something they have to charge the insurance company $377 or 400 some odd dollars because, you know, then the insurance company has a copay and there's all this weird economics, right? Well, what happens to people who don't have insurance? Well, I have to pay $377 for my fucking Vyvanse because this time the pharmacist can't find a discount. Or he found one, he already took it off and it was a small discount. When can you find discounts? When can you not? Why? Nobody knows. So, yeah, we need to get the government and health insurance companies out of healthcare. If they want to offer their products, they just are offered in a plain old free market. Let's stop having people try to get health insurance through their employment. That's insane. Your employment is your employment, not your health care. If employers want to offer that as incentives to get the best people, go for it, right? But let's stop trying to standardize this thing. You know, just get everybody liberated from the insurance companies. They should pass a law that says doctors may charge insurance companies no more than the average citizen could pay for this thing. Basically, find some way to make them charge insurance companies the same thing they charge me. I'm smart enough not to waste money on health insurance. With the way the law is currently structured, nobody should buy health insurance. After all, they have to cover you no matter how sick you are. Just wait until you get sick and then get health insurance. And they have to pay for it. How do the economics on that work? So, you know, America's healthcare system is a cancerous parasite on the economy. And believe me, I got to see how those hospitals work. Like, for some reason, somebody Sunrise sent my mom to Arcadia Methodist Hospital. They call me. They say Kaiser Permanente wants her in their system because she's got Kaiser. What Arcadia Methodist really meant is we don't want her because we're only getting payments from Medicare, not from an insurance company, and that's not enough money for us. So we're going to try to get this guy who doesn't know anything about this to send his mom to Panorama City to be in Kaiser, so it's their problem and they have to pay for it. Meanwhile, nobody gives a fuck about my mom, right? Nobody gives a fuck about my mom. The insurance company the insurance doctor from Panorama City had the fucking gall to try to call me and scold me for sending my mom over there. I was like, well, freaking the hospital said you guys wanted her, you know? She had to be with Kaiser or something. I didn't know anything, right? My dad had 103 fever and COVID and couldn't deal with this shit himself. I was tripping balls and trying to talk to this fucking idiot, you know? I couldn't do anything but laugh at him. They lost my mom at Arcadia Methodist for like a full day. Nobody knew where she was. Then they unload her on Kaiser in Panorama City and tell them that it's at my request. That's health insurance for you. That's Medicare for you, you know? I'm not complaining. My mom had great free shit because of Medicare Part B. What was that great free shit? It was hospice care that she didn't really need, and it didn't do much good until the very, very end. We could have used it for about 2 days at the end when she was dying and they needed to give her hard drugs. And even then, they kept being like, oh, I'm sorry, we don't have a nurse available for this shift. Meanwhile, they gave us a many $1,000 bed that we didn't need because the bed we already had was better. This is the kind of shit when Medicare Part B covers infinite hospice stay. You got these companies out there who are just preying on people like me, whose mom is going to hospice. He doesn't know anything. My dad's fucking normally handling the shit, but he's dying of COVID. And they go, just sign right here and we'll take care of everything. And then they just milk the taxpayer for everything they could possibly milk the taxpayer for. Did my mom benefit from that hospice care? A little bit at the very end. The rest of it was a waste of time. They're there to like check on the nursing home. My mom was in the best nursing home money could buy. She was treated like a queen in there. I don't need you to fuck hospice people to check on the nursing home. I already know I love the nursing home. You hospice people, the jury's still out. After all, you're free from the government, so you're obviously not very good. I mean, they said she wasn't there at their hospital. The nursing home center, she got there. They must not have had a name tag on her or something. Obviously, my mom can't tell them who she is. She's like at the very end of dementia. She can't talk or anything. So I don't know. And did you know who she was? And they said they did. No, James Strauss here. No, no. And the nursing home says, we definitely sent her to Arcadia Methodist. Eventually they found her. I couldn't go visit her because of COVID shit, you know. But Delilah went there, found her. That's how Methodist found her, I think, is Delilah found her. And then they had the fucking gall to swindle me into sending her to Panorama City. And then fucking call that guy that called me and tried to scold me about it. I'm like, dude, I don't know what the fuck. They said they tell me Kaiser wants her in their system. I say, okay. How am I supposed to know? And wait a second. You're just an insurance doctor. You're not even going to see my mom. You're just complaining about the fact that she got shifted onto your insurance load. It's ridiculous. I don't give a fuck about your insurance company's problems, okay? I agree. Kaiser's fucking horrible. That's what my parents had and have, so deal with it. Kaiser's horrible. Just like unspeakably horrible. I got great doctors. I got Dr. Chen, I call him. He just switches to Vyvanse 70 milligrams right away. No problem. Dr. Ingram, he saved Rachel and made everything wonderful. Plus, now I have some Klonopin I can take occasionally. Why? Because I paid for those doctors. Much less than I would have paid for health insurance, that's for sure. Massively less. You know, Dr. Ingram's kind of expensive, but way less than a year's worth of health insurance is a year's worth of appointments with Dr. Ingram. You know, I didn't get Adderall, Boba Fett. I got Vyvanse, okay? And I'm feeling Vyvantastic. I like it. I like it a lot. I like this Vyvanse. It's cleaner, it's less gacky, I feel less tweaky, more normal, but still fully thwacked, you know? It's everything you want in a speed, and nothing you don't. I took 2 of them. It's 140 milligrams of Vyvanse. Now, it's weird. It's a weird conversion, right? Because the maximum daily dose of Vyvanse is 70. The maximum daily dose of Adderall is 90. But 30 milligrams of Vyvanse supposedly converts into about 12 milligrams of Adderall if you just do sort of a speed conversion. But it's got a different mechanism of delivery. So the thing is, at 70, I'm only getting 24. Well, I'm getting about the same amount of Adderall as I got, which is about 30 milligrams of Adderall a day, you know. But I was getting a third of the maximum dose of Adderall, and I'm getting the maximum dose of Vyvanse. So I think I'm coming out ahead a little bit in this deal, actually, especially since I like this stuff so much. I haven't I haven't had a come down from it yet, but this stuff's clean, clean and bright. I like it. Yeah. Well, it's about 28 milligrams, I guess. But whatever. The point is, I don't think that the conversion thing is necessarily that reliable. I don't think 70 milligrams of Vyvanse would be like 90 of Adderall at all. I'm not saying that. But I think there's a splitting the difference between maximums and the straight conversion as to the strength of it. It's been a while since I took 90 milligrams of Adderall. That would be 8 pills. No, I'm sorry, 6 pills. Yeah, well, I probably took 6 pills not that long ago, but that's a lot of Adderall. You're going to have sores in your mouth after doing that. This is a little bit mouthy, the Vyvanse, but not as mouthy. Of course, right now I'm also on half a Klonopin, which kind of extra takes the edge off. But it didn't really have any edge to begin with, even when I took 2 of them, you know. It seems like I can thwack better without worrying about excessive thwackage. Like, I'll work on the wall for a couple hours, not 8, which is good. Anyway, early reports are entirely positive about Vyvanse. And we'll see if that persists. We'll see what the sleep deprivation angle adds to the equation. And if, in fact, I'm able to sleep on this stuff. Some speed I can sleep on, you know. Yeah, that would be a TI question. If 30 milligrams of Vyvanse equals 12 milligrams of Adderall, how many milligrams of Vyvanse do I need to take to do 50 milligrams of Adderall? That would be a TI question that I'd probably want a piece of paper to do, frankly. You know, there's too many, there's a sequence of operations. There's a little TE to that too, because you got to do a series of, you have to do like 3 different operations in the right order. 120. Well, I got 140 in me. So over 50, under 60 probably. Yeah. If 30 is 12, then 20 is 8.
Do you think next time we go for my medication, we can ask them again to do if they can do the discount?
Yeah, we'll definitely ask that. I definitely don't want to be paying $600 for your medication.
No, you
And
never.
if it's gonna be like that, we'll get one of those like cards you can get. It's like you join this club, you pay them a certain amount a month, and you get discounts on your medications.
Okay, cool.
You need to stop getting that cord trouble. It's not for you to play with.
Should I get him something like to play with?
No, he has plenty of things to play with. He can go outside and play with all the things in
That's
the
true.
world.
And he could also lay in the other bed. He's so funny.
Johnny smoked 3 hits of meth at 8 a.m., took 2 Adderalls at 10 a.m., and 4 Vyvanses at 11 a.m. How long will he be tweaking?
Oh, I was thinking, do you think it's okay if my dad and his girlfriend stay in the blue room instead of Cameron? Because, like, I'm gonna have, like, underwear and stuff
That's
in there.
fine. Wherever you want to put people is fine, Rachel. If you want, we can move Delilah too. You want your dad?
No, no, no.
Delilah doesn't have to have the day room. I think she's coming by herself.
Yeah, that's fine, but because I want to get ready in that room, too.
Okay, good. So then Delilah should stay there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I got a hanger rack so she can hang up her clothes.
One tweaker leaves Detroit on a train traveling 50 miles per hour. He's smoking meth the whole
Oh
time.
shit.
Another tweaker leaves Chicago on a boat traveling 30 miles per hour. He's never going to get to Detroit. Why? Because he too is smoking too much meth. Now, how long before the tweaker from Chicago gets tweaker from Detroit gets to Chicago? That's the question. The answer is he never gets there. He gets distracted somewhere along the way. He begins making some statues out of some tin cans that he finds by the side of the railroad track.
That's better than just leaving them there.
Well, those are math questions I can get behind. You know, that whole question about like this guy's leaving this place for traveling at this speed and this other guy's leaving that other place traveling at this speed.
I
I,
never
I
could get
could
those.
never get those questions.
No, me either.
It's like I could, but it was just.
I literally couldn't conceive of.
It must be TE questions.
Maybe it is a TD question. Because my mom was always. She would always try to teach me, and I'd be like, I don't know what's going on.
If there are 99 bottles of beer on the wall, and Boba Fett takes 3 beers down from the wall, then puts 2 beers back up, then takes 5 beers down, how many beers are left on the wall? The answer, 93.
It's good remembering that there was 99 beers on the wall.
Mm-hmm. There's never 100 beers on the wall. No wall can fit 100 beers. You can only fit 99. Now, personally, I think on your wall is probably a bad place to put your beers. I'd suggest maybe the fridge.
Yeah.
A bucket of ice, would be fine.
Who was putting beers on the wall that they made a song out of that?
I don't know. Must have been somebody with a lot of shelves. And nothing else to put on the shelves except for beer. And the thing is, okay, they're taking the. Yes, we are looking good with this. This is definitely ESTJ furniture, and we love it.
Yeah.
Delegate to the right people the right things. Delegate to your ESTJ, ESFJ former inhabitants the job of picking your chairs. You won't be disappointed. That's a lot of SI tool going on there. Um, are those trigonometry questions? I don't know. What is the best type for INFP? You mean to get with as a lover? Um, I actually think it's ESTJ. But the other possibility, I don't think it works as well. The other possibility is ENFJ
Or INTP.
or INTP.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we said that would be a good one, huh?
Mhm.
Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
a good match too. No, ESTJ. ESTJ because ESTJs have SI2, INFPs have SI3. That means SI is an absolute value for INFPs. And ESTJ can provide a lot of that absolute value. And also, it's an instrumental value for them. So that's useful for INFPs. Additionally, um, they have the duality thing where your one and your four are flipped. That's comfortable. You speak the same language. You have the same conscious functions.
And ESTJ.
ESTJ does.
Or what's the mirage
And
of.
then ENFJ is the other possibility. But I don't think that works as well
No.
because
What's the mirage?
isn't that ENFJ?
No, ISFP is ENFJ.
Oh. Well, I think duality is a fine relationship pair. I don't think that we should shit on duality
No, I don't think so
just because
either.
Rachel and I have a mirage
But
relationship
I
that
do
works
want to
beautifully.
know.
I think duality relationships can work fine too. It depends a lot on the particulars with duality. The problem with duality is I don't think the people grow together very well. Um, Whereas I think with Mirage, both parties grow together very comfortably. Um, you can't outgrow this relationship. Where I think either side can outgrow a duality.
I ISFJ, right?
No, Mirage has to be an extrovert.
INFJ, right?
I yeah, INFJ on socionics
Mirage, I'm trying to think what it would
it
be.
should be ENFJ because they have the 1-5 flipped, but they don't
No,
have.
they're contrary relations.
So then ESFJ.
ESFJ, let me try.
That must be
Yeah,
ESFJ.
ESFJ.
INFP and ESFJ are Mirage.
Yeah,
So that might work well.
yeah.
But INTP, I think, might work well too because they're both SE polar. So the thing is, how could an INFP and an INTP ever get together since they're both SE polar? Nobody's going to make the
Yeah, they're
first
just gonna
move,
talk
really.
online
Or,
for a long time.
yeah, it'll take them a year and a half to finally meet in person and then another year to have sex. But ESFJ, on the other hand, with
Yeah,
the INFP, would provide them, I think, a lot of opportunity to socialize and um, build a library of positive SI experiences to remember, which they like with their third slot SI. And and then they validate each other because it's FE, FI, 1-5, so they think, hey, I respect you. You've got good fifth slot, what I think is important for other people to have. Um, so yeah, that's a good relationship. ESFJ, INFP.
ESFP and
INFP?
INFJ. for socionics?
I don't think that would work very well.
The supervision relationship.
Yeah, ESFP supervises INFP. ESFP is constantly going to think like, okay, INFP,
Like you're feeling a lot right now.
it's just a whole lot of different ideas. We need to just pick one and do it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just pick one and do it is totally what the ESFP would
And
tell.
the NFP is like, but it matters a
You're
lot
so
which one we pick,
yeah.
and we need to think about it a lot. No, 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 no. Let's just get out there. It doesn't matter which one we pick. It's just yeah. And then the INFP would be like, okay, because they're supervised and they feel like the other person knows better.
ISFP.
Who gets
ISFP.
along less better with
And
ISFJ? INFJ or ENFJ? ENFJ is going to get along less well with ISFJ because ENFJ has SI polar.
yeah, it's a supervision relationship.
Meanwhile, INFJ and ISFJ, they're both knowing types and they both have the same 2 3. So they're going to find an easy camaraderie like ESTPs and ENTPs.
Yeah. I the day after I met Eric's parents, Jane said to me, "Oh, we love you so much. Oh, we like you so much." And I was just like, "I like you too." It was just, you know, it didn't matter um, like that she was deteriorating. Like there was still,
She was clear on who she liked and didn't like.
yeah,
I mean, we have plenty. We had examples of people she did not like, but she liked Rachel a lot, and she
yeah,
should have liked Rachel a lot because Rachel right away cared for her in some ways more than my dad and I did. She believed in my mom's capacity to express what she wanted and didn't want, whereas my dad, because she had lost language, basically didn't think she had the capacity to have preferences in some sense, you know. Um, and me too. I was skeptical that she was really trying to convey things, but when Rachel came around, I learned gradually that she was conveying quite a bit of information, just non-verbally.
yeah. Like she didn't like,
Sometimes she was verbal a little bit when Rachel first got there.
yeah, a little bit with me. She used to steal pins from different places that David and Jane would go, and like David would always find out. Mrs. Strauss would always find out later that like she had taken these pins.
Yeah. So how does countervalue to FI work in Rachel or play out, and when does she demonstrate it? Um, well, when her boundaries are crossed, or she doesn't like my idea, she just is silent for a second, and then I just go, okay, well, let's do something else. Let's do what you want to do. She doesn't have to express her FI very much. We don't, since both of us are so unconscious with it. Mostly, we trip over each other saying, "No, what do you want to do?"
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's true. I like to demonstrate it by like telling Eric he's my dreamboat Willie, and I like to ask for kisses.
and to the extent that it's countervalued in those instances, it's just it displays in that she thinks she's imposing on me in some
You
way,
do.
whereas I don't feel like it's an
I'm
imposition at
so
all.
glad you don't.
David and Jane were my parents.
Yes.
They are now dead, dead of dying. They died and had death, and now they're dead. Their ashes in the garage, ashes in the garage. David and Jane, ashes in the garage. Well, I showed them the house and stuff when we first got here. I put them in various places around the house so they could
Mhm.
see from their ashes eyes. Because now, even when you're ashes, you still have eyes.
Yeah, you
Somehow.
still have eyes.
Somehow. So, maybe I'll put them someplace so they can watch the wedding too,
Yeah.
rather than just leave them in the garage.
Yeah, that'd be nice if they were.
And just sit them next to each other. And
Yeah.
that's all my dad really wanted was my mom, you know?
Mhm. It's true.
When does she demonstrate it? Well, it plays out sometimes as Rachel sort of accepting something that somebody says without pushing back against it, and then later feeling bad, like, I don't like the way that conversation went.
Yeah.
So in that case, she's critiquing herself in a way for failing to use FI in the moment when she needed
Yeah.
to draw a boundary of some sort.
I'm very bad at that.
Angels can see us from heaven. I'm not sure if my parents are angels, though. I think they're just dead people in heaven. I don't think all the dead people in heaven are angels.
No, they're not.
Most of them are just regular dead souls in heaven.
But humans can see angels though, like they come down in like different kinds of forms.
Well, once you're dead, it's not even, it's like seeing peacocks. It's like at first it's interesting, and then you see them all over the place when you're in heaven. And like peacocks, angels will poop all over everything. Unlike peacocks, angel poop is delightful.
No, they're definitely not all angels.
Well, thanks, Alan Reed, but it was okay. You know, my dad was an ardent atheist, and my mom was a apathetic atheist. She was not religious at all, but she didn't really care. My dad, he was the kind of guy who'd read the paper and read an article about somebody putting a nativity scene on public land, and he'd
Oh
throw a fit
yeah.
about it.
Yeah. But your mom liked Christmas, right? It seemed like she
Oh
liked
yeah,
it.
well we always had a big shindig for Christmas. My mom would get we get a Christmas tree and we get lots of the ornaments out and put ornaments all over it. My mom would have these various like candle driven spinny things. Like you light candles and it spins these things
Oh,
that
okay.
spin
Oh
around these
yes.
like manger scenes and stuff,
Yes.
right? Our house was decked out for Christmas every year. But there was never any mention of Jesus. you know,
That's funny.
there was no Jesus talk. It was just like Santa Claus and Christmas, and
Yeah.
you know,
That's
we
kind of fun though.
we sing the Christmas songs and just ignore the fact that they had Jesus in them.
There's no like.
It was quite like scandalous when I was a kid. When I was in sixth grade, I wrote an essay on Thanksgiving saying Thanksgiving doesn't mean anything to me because I don't believe in God and Jesus and all that stuff. So it's just like a day for turkey and football. And the teacher read it out loud to the class. And everybody else in the class was like, "Who wrote that? Who's an atheist around here?" And I was like, "Wasn't me. I just lied."
I wonder if anyone suspected it was you.
I don't know. I didn't expect that response.
Yeah.
Because in my house, it's just normal. But that was back in the 80s or late 70s, maybe. Things have changed a lot since then. I didn't want to get in trouble with the other kids for being an atheist.
But like Also, how cool is it that you didn't have to go to church on Christmas? Like, that's such a thing.
Yeah, I don't go to church. That just seems like a big waste of time to me. It
It
still does to
really,
this day.
yeah.
It's like, why is this guy gonna talk about God? He's not gonna understand God better than me. He's gonna understand God less well than me. I could start a church maybe. I got interesting things to say about God.
When does a church become a cult, though?
When I require all the people to sleep with me, then I'm a cult leader.
Okay.
When I have to have sex with all the chicks, then you know I'm a
Ew.
cult
That's a
leader.
cult leader. Ew. Gross.
So you could look around YouTube and say, which typologists have had sex with a lot of their viewers? Those people are more cult leaderish than the ones who've had sex with fewer of their viewers.
Ugh. Totally. There's this like type, not typologist, like law of attraction guru dude who like whatever. I've talked about them before. They think they're like twin flames, and it's like pretty brainwashy stuff.
What if the kids didn't know you well to know you were an atheist? They didn't know I was an atheist until I read that thing. Oh, yeah, right. I forgot we're on this thing. I'll try to share it with her. Um, yeah, you misspelled Mike, Boba Fett. It's M-I-C. I mean, in general, I think you're getting culty if you're trying to tell other people what to do. Like, I tell people they're wrong all the time. I tell people this is what the correct position is. I tell people this is the only good way to type people, etc. But I do not tell them what to do.
No.
Not that they're, it's like, like a cult leader starts off there by telling people what to do.
Yeah, they do. And then they like you have to pay for something usually too. Like, oh, they'll say like, "Oh, pay for this workshop." But the workshop is like pre-recorded, like BS. Just that and then like if they start like preaching the same stuff over and over again, like that's kind of culty. Um
I mean, I tell people I'm correct, but I understand that people's beliefs link loosely to correctness. Yeah. The thing is, around here is not a cult. Because, number one, I'm not trying to get you to give me money. I'm not being like, come on, guys, I need more super chats.
yeah.
Everybody, you
Yeah.
want me to type a celebrity, biggest super chat gets first in line. I'm not doing any of that stupid shit. And also, I'm not even telling you to believe me. I'm telling you, if you don't agree with my position on these things, you're wrong. And the thing is, I'm not infallible at all. But I'm only talking about things that I put a lot of thought into. I'm not making claims about shit that I don't know about. Because this is one thing, a skill I have that it seems like a lot of people don't have. I know what I know about, and I also know what I don't know about. It seems like there's a lot of people who do not know what they don't know about. Who repeats the same shit ad nauseum over and over again? Um, I mean, yeah, ESTJs do repeat themselves. They'll sometimes say, I know I've told you this before, but then they'll tell it to you again anyway. What claims do you have about anime, and specifically the Anime Inspector? It's been too long of a time since I've seen that anime. I will. I mean, he's got this interaction style thing that he types people on, but why he thinks those things correlate so strongly is beyond me because he types everybody wrong. Um, I will talk about anime though. I'm currently watching, or I watched today and enjoyed quite a bit. There were three of them that I watched today that I enjoyed a fair amount. Um, I watched Raylene. Why Raylena is at the Duke's Mansion. It's a girly cartoon. It's a romantic one, but it's one of my favorite of the girly ones.
Hmm.
I watched Kuma 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 Bear Punch. It was an unusually good. He doesn't type everyone wrong. Okay, well, who's somebody he's typed correctly? Has he typed himself correctly? No.
One of the memes he made was a picture of a floor that had ice all over it. So yeah, um, C.S. Joseph had this meme, and it was a picture of a floor, um, and a refrigerator, and ice all over the floor. And he said ISTJ would brush the ice underneath the um, refrigerator, and that's just like totally wrong.
It couldn't be any more wrong. Anybody's not just gonna brush the ice under the refrigerator. It's an ISTJ, right?
No way.
No
Can
way.
you even think of?
I, I can't remember Cameron even leaving a single speck of mess during any of the
No,
times he stayed at our
no,
house.
not at all.
Dave Bautista seems ISFP and he typed him as such. I don't know who Dave Bautista is. I'm sure he does get some people right. You are correct to correct me, Alec T. It is hyperbolic to say he types
That's
everybody
true.
wrong.
Okay.
He
That's
doesn't type
fair. That's
absolutely
fair.
everybody wrong. But the point is, he types the vast majority of
Vast
people wrong.
majority of it is
And
definitely wrong.
that's all you need to be a disastrous typologist. If I'm Yoda, who's the Luke Skywalker of typology? Um, that girl. What's her name? The ESFP lady.
Amy.
Amy. Amy's the Luke Skywalker. She is not ready to leave Yoda planet.
Not yet. No.
No. But she insists she's got to go out and save her friends.
That's good. That's good comparison. Where? Who am I?
Oh, you're like Obi-Wan.
Oh.
You know Yoda, but you're still a good Jedi teacher.
Yeah.
You know, he didn't do a great job with Anakin,
No. He.
but
But.
he made up for it with Luke.
Mhm. He did.
Who's my baby Chode?
Judah.
Well, baby Chode is what I call the first 2 centimeters of Chode. Dear Kristen is an ESFP.
Who's that?
I don't know who Dear Kristen is. Haven't seen him. Her. I'm assuming it's a her.
I kind of really wish that it was instead of Dear Kristen, it was Dear Kirsten, and it was about Kirsten Dunst.
Or Kristen Wiig.
Ooh, if it was about Kristen Wiig, I would watch that on the regular.
Speaking of Star Wars, you're currently watching American Graffiti. Well, that's not Star Wars.
They're not really very similar at all.
They are both George Lucas movies, though.
And I would say it's a poor Luke. what is his name? George Lucas movie. I don't really like American Graffiti. No offense.
I love Kristen Wiig too, and the reason is very straightforward. She's hilarious.
Yeah, she is. I hope she does more like comedy movies.
I don't know how many people really get type I see as Joseph. You got to really have like weak epistemics to choose him. Um, a lot of people find out about, start watching typology videos. Start with him though. It seems like, and come in with some bad terminology. Cognitive personality theory. Han Solo. Okay. What about objective personality? There at Jar Jar Banks. Objective personality is Jar Jar Banks.
Oh, and I want everyone to know that PP is not mad at you guys. She's mad at Trouble because Trouble is in her bed right now.
Even though she could go up out over there just
No,
fine.
no.
We got a second
Yeah,
bad.
God, a second bed. I hope that shit goes over
Oh, OBS is Greedo? Okay.
that. What's
Melissa
Greedo?
Talks is Salacious Crumb. I don't know who Salacious Crumb is. I think Melissa Talks is the stormtrooper who gets told, these are not the droids you're looking for. And he goes,
Ooh.
these are not the droids we're looking for.
Yeah.
Wow! That guy is Salacious Crumb? Okay, I agree. Melissa, you know what? That might be more like Club CI Polar as Salacious Crumb. Melissa Talks could be that girl on a chain with the things off of her head that gets thrown in to get eaten by the monster. Michael Smith is like a Sith Lord without any powers. Just hissing and he doesn't actually have a lightsaber or anything. He thinks he's a cosplay Sith Lord.
Return of the Jedi is like a good movie. Like, I forgot how the Sith Lord dies. And I was like, oh my gosh, you're doing such a good job of showing his power. Um, and then, yeah.
But why does he die though? Okay, look. He's shooting Luke Skywalker
Yeah.
and he's winning.
Right.
And
Yeah.
then Darth Vader picks him up
Yes.
and it's like he can't stop shooting it
Yeah, he can't.
for some reason.
Yeah, no.
Now, he's just been shooting the shit out of Luke with these
Yeah.
electricities. Darth Vader picks him up and throws him over the edge. Takes
Yeah.
him 5 seconds. He gets 5 seconds for electricities. Luke's perfectly fine. Vader's been tased to death. Explain that. Explain that.
That's a little bit of a hole.
Oh, it's his orgasm. He can't stop. He was able to stop with Luke all he wanted. But I guess if he's turned like this, he's like a turtle. He can't get back on his legs or something.
Yeah.
Oh, so you think the electricity ruined Vader's circuitry?
Oh.
But see, that should have been repairable then. He could
Luke
repair
should have
the
definitely been like fucked up in some way though. More.
repair the circuitry then. You know, it's like that's just those parts you can replace. But Vader seems convinced that he was gonna die no matter what.
Yeah, he did think that he was gonna. I think.
Right.
I think he thought.
He said it's too late for me. I think, right?
I don't. You know it better than I do.
Well, you know, he was probably not very healthy from being burned in that magma at one time. That probably gave him persistent magma health disorder. I don't think he's putting out a lot of content right now.
He is. It's
Oh, he
just
is?
like not hitting. Yeah. He he puts stuff out on the regular. It's just like his fan base isn't growing.
We should contact him and tell him, look, Frank James, work with me a little bit.
Yeah.
You just want me to help write for you. Uh, It'll be a lot funnier.
Mhm.
You know, you can't, it's just like I was telling Jeffrey, you can't make what you think people want.
Yeah. And he's definitely trying to do that.
You
Like,
have to be speaking the truth and making what you want to make and making it as best as you can.
well, it's weird though
You
because
make a good point out loud. I lost. Go ahead, Rachel. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I don't
No,
mean
I
to.
interrupted you.
He says that his fans want him to go back to when he was talking about INFJ stuff.
He shouldn't trust what his fans say. He should make the best videos he can make and see what happens.
Yeah.
He's worrying about people say, worrying about whether blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, but it isn't selling at right now, right? Such chic. He said that he hasn't had any new subscribers in months.
Well, he should talk to me. I've got shit tons of good ideas.
I'm talking about Frank James too. I follow his other channel because like he had another channel that was about like how to make it as a YouTuber, but it kind of like fell to the wayside because he was focusing on his main channel so much. Um, but on his side channel, he was like basically like, sorry, I haven't been on this one. Like life's gotten in the way pretty much, and um, shit's getting real. Like um, basically, basically saying that he's like been humbled because he hasn't gotten um, a new subscriber in months, and his it's flatlined basically.
So I was talking to fans people forever.
Yeah, so that's when he really should talk to you.
I mean, I think that just may be something that happens. But look, if Frank James took his reasonably good acting skills and his basic concept and had good writing, better writing, that was a little less safe, but a lot better, he would start killing again, I bet.
Yeah.
You know? You got to be genuinely hilarious if you want to kill. It's hard to be hilarious.
It is. Personally, I do wish that he talked about INFJ stuff. Um, just because I don't know why I don't watch Wences. Wences.
Well, T, it's true that for most people, MBTI is a phase, but it's also true that you're continually getting new people coming into it, right? So um, people are easier to subscribe than they are to unsubscribe. You know, it's like people unsubscribe less. They tend to subscribe and forget about, right? So as new people come in, if those videos were hitting, then they should get those new subscribers.
Yeah. Rubenar is totally right. You do not need to be genuinely hilarious to kill. Example, Big Bang Theory.
Okay, well that's if you want. You're measuring kill by success, not by being
Yeah,
hilarious.
it's
Big Bang
not
Theory
hilarious.
is not hilarious. It was kind of funny at first, a little bit. Somebody put
I don't
a great I think it was Jonathan Bassani, a great graphic that had the different shows. It said Shows about smart people for dumb people. The Big Bang Theory. Shows about dumb people for smart people. You know,
That's funny.
that was a good. I don't remember what the other ones were, but I remember Big Bang Theory was shows about smart people for dumb people.
Yeah. They don't even try the hardest to be popular. They just are because, like, a bunch of people find the juxtaposition of the female character and the awkward main guy. What's his name?
Right, like the normal person is a chick. She's like a
Yeah.
normal person, and then
Yeah.
these dorks are so lost,
Yeah.
but she's got so much common sense, and it's hilarious. Except it's not hilarious.
It's not hilarious.
It's non-hilarious. It's not terrible,
It's really not good.
but it's not
I
good.
don't like it.
No,
I
I
never
don't like it.
liked
It's
it.
not as bad as Scrubs.
Scrubs is fucking terrible.
Scrubs is probably one of the worst comedy shows ever in the history of mankind.
Yeah.
Time for a cigarette.
I don't really like. I'm not a big fan of Modern Family either. I was not a fan of Modern
I
Family.
don't think I ever watched any of it really. I can already tell how it's horrible.
Well, it's hard because, like, for me, I didn't like Modern Family because, like, the main character woman, I don't know. She was like an ESTJ type A personality, and her husband was like, I think, like an ESFJ.
It's pretty hard to write a good sitcom, you know? That, what was it, Parks and Rec? That was pretty good.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
But, if I were going to write a sitcom, well, I mean, I wouldn't want to write a sitcom. If I were going to write a show and feel very proud of myself, I would be exceedingly proud of myself if I had written Future Man. That was great.
Oh, that was
That
good.
was hilarious and just really smart.
Yeah, it was really smart. It was very with the times too,
Hmm.
but also cheeky.
On the other hand, if I were any party to some of the Saturday Night Live skits that the new Saturday Night Live's putting out, I would just cringe myself to death.
Funny that you mentioned that because, like, I was gonna say one of the comedy shows that I like is Nora from Queens with Aquafina, and that dude is on SNL, but he's like funny in the show because he's like playing this like stereotypical.
He's playing a character,
Yeah.
not trying to make a skit go,
Right. Yeah.
and certainly not having creative control over things.
Yeah.
It's obvious he's got too much creative
He
control
does.
in
I don't know
SNL.
where that came from. Like, Lauren Michaels, what are you thinking?
There's no visionary on their roster right now.
They have none. They all left.
You gotta have somebody with some funny ideas, you
Yeah,
know?
like,
I've come up with lots of good Saturday Night Live skits.
you would be great on that.
I kind of liked his Don't Stop Believin' skit where the Ohio State Marching Band is playing Don't Stop Believing, and he's trying to express to everybody at the table how fantastic it is. But I liked it not because it was funny, but because I felt that character. Like when you find something, and you're like, but listen to how amazing this is.
Yes. Just like that little kid who discovered or
The
that
Beatles,
kid.
yeah. And scared the Beatles and told this lady who worked with her, He was like a bagger. She's like a checker, and that's my interpretation of the story anyway.
Yeah, she was like basically like, I lived
Yeah,
that.
he's like, "You got to check out this band," and it's the Beatles.
Yeah.
Actually, I practiced some songs earlier.
Yeah.
Recorded the practice. I didn't get a good guitar sound because I was trying to run from the headphones out into the sound card, but very promising. Very promising stuff. Considering we barely ever practice.
I'm like exceedingly like nervous about like performing in front of Natalie and Dave.
Oh, they, you gotta remember, they've done it all and seen it all performance wise.
Okay.
Dave Porter and I went through some absolutely nightmarishly bad shows. So,
Okay, cool.
your voice will be a little trembly at first and you'll settle in. It'll
Yeah.
be fine.
Yeah.
You think The Simpsons is cringe to death? I mean, maybe some of it is,
Yeah.
right, but a
Might
lot of it's quite good.
I think a lot of it is good.
I don't want no Scrubs. Scrubs is a show that can't get no love from me.
Oh man, Scrubs is not funny.
Scrubs is a show that if I watch like 2 minutes of it, I have seizures. I have failure seizures. It's like it fails so badly that it gives me seizures. People with epilepsy, they get seizures from flashing lights. I get seizures from bad comedy.
Do you think that it was popular because there's a lot of like medical people out there?
I think it's popular because anti-polar people will watch anything. It's got young, attractive people making physical clowning jokes. Must be God. Like the Dave Matthews Band. Look, these guys really look like they know how to play their instruments. It must be good music.
Yeah, it's so true.
Right. But also being genuinely hilarious is not enough. You got to package it properly too. I'm frequently genuinely hilarious, but I'm not packaged as a comedian or a joke maker. I don't have the right linked videos. You have to watch a long stream and then maybe you'll catch me being hilarious at some point. And my problem, of course, also is that I don't keep track of all my jokes. If I wrote them all down and kept track of them all, then I could do a whole long routine or something. But some of it's peak, some of it's cringe to death. I haven't watched the newest stuff, so that may be
Yeah,
the
me
case.
neither.
It wouldn't surprise me if it is.
I actually really did stop watching after Maud died.
Really?
Yeah, I did. Not purposely, but like something in it. I was like,
Maud was my favorite character. Was that what it was
no.
like?
I liked Maud, but not like that. But
Did you just not like them doing that?
yeah, well, the who done it thing. I liked it.
But you didn't want to see Todd and Rod orphaned?
Yeah, I guess a little part of me didn't.
Well, yeah.
Like I guess, but I'm not really entirely sure if that's like the total reason why.
Could have just been incidental
Just
timing.
yeah, think it was.
I watched for a while longer than that, but at some point I just stopped watching it. I don't know why. It's not like I stopped liking it. I just stopped watching it. I guess I had just seen too many episodes of it.
Yeah, my interest died, not died with Maud, but it just was incidental. Like, I think I was like probably like 16, 17 when I stopped watching it. And it was just like my social life was like more in charge of my life than like watching TV was. So I didn't watch much of The Simpsons for a while.
On the other hand, you have different fingers. These are Stephen Wright jokes. I was sad because I had no shoes until I met a man who had no feet. So I said, "Got any shoes you're not using?" My theory of evolution is that Darwin was adopted. Someone sent me a postcard picture of Earth. On the back it said, "Wish you were here." Cross country skiing is great if you live in a small country. I spilled spot remover on my dog. Now he's gone. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the precipitate. That's a great science joke. My dental hygienist is cute. Every time I visit, I eat a whole package of Oreo cookies while waiting in the lobby. Sometimes she has to cancel the rest of the afternoon's appointments. I have two very rare photographs. One is a picture of Houdini locking his keys in the car. The other is a rare photograph of Norman Rockwell beating up a child. I stayed up all night playing poker with tarot cards. I got a full house and 4 people died. I used to work in a fire hydrant factory. You couldn't park anywhere near the place. It's a small world, but I wouldn't want to have to paint it. Right now I'm having amnesia and deja vu at the same time. What's another word for thesaurus? When I get bored, I like to drive downtown and get a great parking spot, then sit in my car and count how many people ask me if I'm leaving. When I was crossing the border into Canada, they asked if I had any firearms with me, and I said, "Well, what do you need?" You can't have everything. Where would you put it? If you're going to shoot a mime, would you use a silencer? I planted some bird seed. A bird came up. Now I don't know what to feed it. I made a chocolate cake with white chocolate. Then I took it to a potluck. I stood in line for some cake. They said, "Do you want white cake or chocolate cake?" I said, "Yes." My aunt gave me a walkie-talkie for my birthday. She says if I'm good, she'll give me the other one next year. I went to the bank and asked to borrow a cup of money. They said, "What for?" I said, "I'm going to buy some sugar." I eat Swiss cheese from the inside out. I bought 1,000,000 lottery tickets. I won $1. I got a chain letter by fax. It's very simple. You just fax a dollar bill to everyone on the list. I plugged my phone in where the blender used to be. I called someone. They went, "Ah!" My friend Sam has one leg. I went to his house. I couldn't go up the stairs. The sun never sets on the British Empire, but it rises every morning. The sky must get awfully crowded. I brought a mirror to Lover's Lane. I told everybody I'm narcissist. You know how it is when you decide to lie and say the check is in the mail, and then you remember it really is? I'm like that all the time. How many people does it take to change a searchlight bulb? I was in the grocery store. I saw a sign that said pet supplies, so I did. Then I went outside and saw a sign that said compact cars. The sky already fell. Now what? I wear my heart on my sleeve. I wear my liver on my pant leg. I still have my Christmas tree. I looked at it today. Sure enough, I couldn't see any forests. If you wave a fan, if you can wave a fan and you can wave a club, can you wave a fan club? When I was in Boy Scouts, I slipped on the ice and hurt my ankle. A little old lady had to help me across the street. If you write the word monkey a million times, do you start to think that you're Shakespeare? You know how it is when you're reading a book and falling asleep? You're reading, and all of a sudden you notice your eyes are closed? I'm like that all the time. My roommate got a pet elephant, then it got lost. It's in the apartment somewhere. Smoking cures weight problems, eventually. I had fried octopus last night. You have to be really quiet when you eat it. Otherwise, it emits a cloud of black smoke and falls on the floor. Yesterday, I told a chicken to cross the road. It said, "What for?" I Xeroxed my watch. Now I have time to spare. I took a course in speed walking. Now I can wait an hour and speed waiting. I took a course in speed waiting. Now I can wait an hour in only 10 minutes. I moved into an all-electric house. I forgot and left the porch light on all day. When I got home, the front door wouldn't open. I got a garage door opener. It can't close. It just opens. You know how it is when you go to be the subject of a psychology experiment and nobody else shows up and you think maybe that's part of the experiment? I went over to the neighbors and asked to borrow a cup of salt. What are you making? A salt lick. There aren't enough days in the weekend. My friend Sally is a nudist. I went to her house. The closets have no doors. The walls are covered with see-through wallpaper. Sally plays strip poker. Whenever she loses, she has to put something on. The sky is falling. No, I'm tipping over backwards. Droughts are because God didn't pay his water bill. If you had a million Shakespeares, could they write like a monkey? If you tell a joke in the forest, but nobody laughs, was it a joke? It only rains straight down. God doesn't do windows. The sign said 8 items or less, so I changed my name to Less. I like that one. Yesterday I saw a chicken crossing the road. I asked it why. It told me it was none of my business. I rented a lottery ticket. I won $1 million, but I had to give it back. In school, every period ends with a bell. Every sentence ends with a period. Every crime ends with a sentence. Yesterday I found out what donuts are for. You put them on dough bolts. They hold dough airplanes together. For kids, they make erector sets out of Play-Doh. I went to a haunted house, looked under the kitchen table, and found spirit gum. I went to a garage sale. How much for the garage? It's not for sale. I know the guy who writes all those bumper stickers. He hates New York. A beautiful woman moved in next door, so I went over and returned a cup of sugar. You didn't borrow this. I will. I had my coat hangers spayed. I washed a sock, then I put it in the dryer. When I took it out, it was gone. The Bermuda Triangle got tired of warm weather. It moved to Alaska. Now Santa Claus is missing. I went to a fancy restaurant called Deja Vu. The head waiter said, "Don't I know you?" Last week, I forgot how to ride a bicycle. I took lessons in bicycle riding, but I could only afford half of them. Now I can ride a unicycle. I had some eyeglasses. I was walking down the street when suddenly the prescription ran out. I got food poisoning today. I don't know when I'll use it. I put my air conditioner in backwards. It got cold outside. The weatherman on TV was confused. It was supposed to be hot today. I was in a job interview and I opened a book and started reading. Then I said to the guy, "Let me ask you a question. If you're in a spaceship that's traveling at the speed of light and you turn on the headlights, does anything happen?" He said, "I don't know." I said, "I don't want your job." What? I was in the first submarine. Instead of a periscope, they had a kaleidoscope. We're surrounded. I went camping and borrowed a circus tent by mistake. I didn't notice until I got it set up. People complained because they couldn't see the lake. When I turned two, I was really anxious because I had doubled my age in a year. I thought, if this keeps up, by the time I'm 6, I'll be 90. That's a TI joke right there. Sponges grow in the ocean. That just kills me. I wonder how much deeper the ocean would be if that didn't happen. It's a fine night to have an evening. Even snakes are afraid of snakes. I can't stop thinking like this. This isn't all true. You know how it is when you're walking up the stairs and you get to the top and you think there's one more step? I'm like that all the time. I put hardwood floors on top of wall-to-wall carpet. Tinsel is really snakes' mirrors. Two babies were born on the same day at the same hospital. They lay there and looked at each other. Their families came and took them away. 80 years later, by a bizarre coincidence, they lay in the same hospital on their deathbeds next to each other. One of them looked at the other and said, "So, what did you think?" My grandfather gave me a watch. It doesn't have any hands or numbers. He says it's very accurate. I asked him what time it was. You can guess what he told me. I don't get that joke. I spent all my money on a fax machine. Now I can only fax collect. If a word in the dictionary were misspelled, how would we know? If God dropped acid, would he see people? In my house, there's this light switch that doesn't do anything. Every so often, I flick it on and off just to check. Yesterday, I got a call from a woman in Madagascar. She said, "Cut it out." It's a good thing we have gravity, or else when birds died, they'd just stay right up there. Hunters would be all confused. I wrote a song, but I can't read music, so I don't know what it is. Every once in a while, I'll be listening to the radio and I say, "I think I might have written that." I got up one morning, couldn't find my socks, so I called information. She said, "Hello, information." I said, "I can't find my socks." She said, "They're behind my couch." They're behind your couch. When I was a little kid, we had a sandbox. It was a quick sandbox. I was an only child, eventually. Referring to a glass of water, I mixed this myself. 2 parts H, 1 part O. I don't trust anybody. I'm moving to Mars next week, so if you have any boxes. I saw a bank that said 24-hour banking, but I don't have that much time. I went to the museum where they had all the heads and arms from the statues that are in all the other museums. I like to go to art museums and name the untitled paintings. Boy with pail. Kitten on fire. I went to a restaurant that serves breakfast at any time. So I ordered French toast during the Renaissance. That's a great joke. I went to this restaurant last night that was set up like a big buffet in the shape of a Ouija board. You'd think about what kind of food you want, and the table would move across the floor to it. I went to a general store. They wouldn't let me buy anything specific. I worked in a health food store once. A guy came in and asked me, if I melt dry ice, can I take a bath without getting wet? I went to 7-Eleven and asked for a 2 by 4 and a box of 3 by 5s. The clerk said 10-4. I went down the street to 24-hour grocery. When I got there, the guy was locking the front door. I said, hey, the sign says you're open 24 hours. He said, yeah, but not in a row. I love to go shopping. I love to freak out salespeople. They ask me if they can help me, and I say, have you got anything I'd like? Then they ask me what size I need, and I say, extra medium. I saw a small bottle of cologne and asked if it was for sale. She said, it's free with purchase. I asked her if anyone bought anything today. I met this wonderful girl at Macy's. She was buying clothes, and I was putting slinkies on the escalator. There was a power outage at a department store yesterday. 20 people were trapped on the escalators. I bought my brother some gift wrap for Christmas, and I took it to the gift wrap department and told them to wrap it, but in a different print so he would know when to stop unwrapping. I bought my brother some gift wrap for Christmas. I took it to the gift wrap department and told them to wrap it, but in a different print, so he would know when to stop unwrapping. That's a great joke. For my birthday, I got a humidifier and a dehumidifier. I put them in the same room and let them fight it out. Ever notice how irons have a setting for permanent press? I don't get it. I couldn't find the remote control to the remote control. I invented the cordless extension cord. I saw a close friend of mine the other day. He said, Steven, why haven't you called me? I said, I can't call everyone I want. My new phone has no 5 on it. He said, how long have you had it? I said, I don't know. My calendar has no 7s on it. Today I dialed the wrong number. The other person said hello, and I said, hello, can I speak to Joey? They said, I don't think so. He's only 2 months old. I said, I'll wait. I don't like the sound of my phone ringing, so I put my phone inside my fish tank. I can't hear it, but every time I call, I see the fish go like this. I go down to the pet store. Give me another 10 guppies. I got a lot of calls yesterday. I installed a skylight in my apartment. The people who live above me are furious. All the people in my building are insane. The guy above me designs synthetic hairballs for ceramic cats. The lady across the hall tried to rob a department store with a pricing gun. She said, give me all the money in the vault or I make marking down everything in the store. In my house, there's this light switch. I already read that one. All the plants in my house are dead. I shot them last night. Winnie and I lived in a house that ran on static electricity. If you wanted to run the blender, you had to rub balloons on your head. If you wanted to cook, you had to pull off a sweater real quick. I bought a house on a one-way dead-end road. I don't know how I got there. I went to the hardware store and bought some used paint. It was in the shape of a house. I also bought some batteries, but they weren't included, so I had to buy them again. My house is made out of balsa wood, so when I want to scare the neighborhood kids, I lift it over my head and tell them to get out of my yard or I'll throw it at them. The other night I came home late and tried to unlock my house with my car keys. I started the house up, so I drove around for a while. I was speeding and a cop pulled me over. He asked me where I lived. I said, right here, officer. Later, I parked it on the freeway, got out and yelled at all the cars, get out of my driveway. My neighbor has a circular driveway. He can't get out. I have an answering machine in my car. It says, I'm home now, but leave a message and I'll call when I'm out. Last year we drove across the country. We switched on the driving every half mile. I saw a sign, rest area 25 miles. That's pretty big. Some people must be really tired. One time a cop pulled me over for running a stop sign. He said, didn't you see the stop sign? I said, yeah, but I don't believe everything I read. I was trying to daydream, but my mind kept wandering. The other day I was walking my dog around my building on the ledge. Some people are afraid of heights, not me. I'm afraid of widths. They say we're 98% water. We're that close to drowning. I bought some powdered water, but I don't know what to add to it. I was born by cesarean section, but not so you'd notice. It's just when I leave a house, I go out through the window. When I was little, my grandfather used to make me stand in a closet for 5 minutes without moving. He said it was elevator practice. I didn't get a toy train like the other kids. I got a toy subway instead. You couldn't see anything, but every now and then you'd hear this rumbling noise go by. That was a pretty good joke. So this guy wrote jokes a long ass time ago, you know, like 40 years ago,
Oh.
maybe 35 years ago. But a lot of them are still pretty funny.
Yeah, they're really funny.
You know, some of them don't age as well as others, but he's great.
Most of them
He's
hit.
great at making one-liners. You know.
Yeah.
But you know, some of those jokes are like commonplace kind of jokes now, but he invented them. So good for him. I'm going to use that when customers come in asking why the pump didn't work and demand to fill up rather than prepay. Say, well, this is a specific store. If you want a general amount of gas, go to a general store. It's a good idea. Yeah, well, Stephen Wright is a comedian I admire. Even, you know, I don't find all those jokes super laugh out loud funny or anything, but I admire his writing skills. And you got to keep in mind that comedy ages less well than everything else.
Yeah.
And that it still hits that long after he wrote them is impressive. That even some of them still hit, you know. Here are Steve Martin jokes. I believe that sex is one of the most beautiful, natural, wholesome things that money can buy. I believe you should place a woman on a pedestal, high enough so that you can look up her dress. First, the doctor told me the good news. I was going to have a disease named after me. I've got to keep breathing. I'll be my worst business mistake if I don't. It'll be my worst business mistake if I don't. I like a woman with a head on her shoulders. I hate necks. I gave my cat a bath the other day. They love it. He sat there. He enjoyed it. It was fun for me. The fur would stick to my tongue, but other than that, boy, those French, they have a different word for everything. I think I did pretty well considering I started out with nothing but a bunch of blank paper. Comedy is the art of making people laugh without making them puke. A day without sunshine is like, night. I believe entertainment can aspire to be art and can become art, but if you set out to make art, you're an idiot. That's really good. I believe that Ronald Reagan will someday make this country what it once was, an Arctic wilderness. Talking about music is like dancing about architecture. I didn't know that was a Steve Martin quote. That's a great quote. I've always loved that quote. The real joy is in constructing a sentence. But I see myself as an actor first, because writing is what you do when you are ready, and acting is what you do when someone else is ready. Not really a joke, but it's an interesting observation. There's one thing I would break up over, and that is if she caught me with another woman. I won't stand for that. When your hobbies get in the way of your work, that's okay. But when your hobbies get in the way of themselves, well, I believe in 8 of the 10 commandments. And I believe in going to church every Sunday, unless there's a game on. It was so sweet backstage, you should have seen it. The Teamsters were helping Michael Moore into the trunk of his limo. I'm a bitter, sad, sour young man who makes a career out of hassling people with real careers. Lots of women are getting involved. They're just not satisfied just being passengers anymore. Let us just say I was deeply unhappy, but I didn't know it because I was so happy all the time. The greatest thing you can do is surprise yourself. These are quotes more than jokes, but I believe in equality, equality for everyone, no matter how stupid they are or how superior I am to them. All I've ever wanted was an honest week's pay for an honest day's work. A celebrity is any well-known TV or movie star who looks like he spends more than 2 hours working on his hair. Despite a lack of natural ability, I did have the one element necessary to all creativity, nativity, the fabulous quality that keeps you from knowing just how unsuited you are for what you are about to do. I had that experience too with music. I handed in a script last year and the studio didn't change one word. The word they didn't change was on page 87. I heard it said that a complicated childhood can lead to a life in the arts. I tell you this story of my father and me to let you know I am qualified to be a comedian. If you're studying geology, which is all facts, as soon as you get out of school you forget it all. But philosophy you remember just enough to screw you up for the rest of your life. You kill me, and I'll see that you never work in this town again. The banjo is such a happy instrument. You can't play a sad song on the banjo. It's so hard to believe in anything anymore. I mean, it's like religion. You really can't take it seriously because it seems so mythological, it seems so arbitrary. But on the other hand, science is just pure empiricism, and by virtue its method includes metaphysics. I guess I wouldn't believe in anything anymore if it weren't for my lucky astrology mood watch. You know, a lot of people come up to me and say, Steve, how can you be so fucking funny? Well, there's a secret to it. It's no big deal. Before I go out, I put a slice of bologna in each one of my shoes. So when I'm on stage, I feel funny. These days, it's hard to look at a poodle without thinking what a good meal he would make. Writer's block is a fancy term made up by whiners so they can have an excuse to drink alcohol. You know that look that women get when they want to have sex? Me neither. Steve Martin. Steve Martin wrote a really funny book called Cruel Shoes, which I highly recommend. Hi, Acacia.
Hey, Keisha.
How's it going? Is it going well or poorly? These are the questions we need to know the answer to. Steve Martin had a whole funny approach that worked pretty well for him. It's a little it's a little extended in the current milieu. That part of it hasn't aged that well. It's like kind of goes on for a little longer than he should in spots in his stand-up routines. But my favorite Steve Martin joke, one of my favorite Steve Martin jokes, was not on that list. I'm so mad at my mother. She's 110 years old. She calls me up the other day and wants to borrow $10 for some food. I said, hey, I work for a living. So I got her carrying my barbells up to the attic. I like that joke.
That's funny.
We guys is okay. We guys is okay.
Yeah.
My best jokes that I can remember right now, because I don't remember my jokes very well, are my fake deaf guy jokes. Those jokes are great. Um, I also did this like Indian comedy routine sometime back that I kind of remember the gist of the jokes, which are like, yeah, I'm Native American. Well, I used to be Native American. In my tribe, I was known as I forget what his name was. Squatting pig. Anyway, I was the ear of the plains. The tribe counted on me. I could hear a buffalo 300 miles away.
Wow.
Well, here's the problem. When it's the middle of winter, the tribe's starving, and you hear that buffalo, but it's 300 miles away, it doesn't do much good.
No, it does not.
I don't know. I had a stand-up comedy thing that I was talking about the other day. I don't remember what it is, though. But I said, this would be a good beginning to a stand-up comedy thing. I was thinking about the joke I made earlier, which was a priest, a rabbi, and a nun are in a bar. Walk into a bar. The nun starts reading the dictionary. And the priest and the rabbi take turns butt fucking her. And finally she says, wait! Look! And then the priest and the rabbi come over and they say, oh, is that what sodomy means? This is not the joke I told earlier. But I imagined the scene as better if the nun is reading a dictionary. So, these things aren't really jokes, right? It's just silly notions that Eric has. But occasionally I do have real jokes. And then I really should make a point of writing them all down. I did, that would be good. The raccoon getting my drink with classic performance. That's physical clowning. I don't do a lot of it. When I do, it seems to hit okay because I don't rely on it for humor. I can remember another instance of doing physical clowning when I pretended to be Sasquatch coming through the snow in front of the
That
camera.
was funny.
Yeah. But
Hooray for Eric Strauss was a good one too.
hooray for Eric Strauss, thank you. You know, as an ENTP, I'm very hit and miss about all sorts of things. I try not to miss too badly with humor stuff. I'm fairly cautious about making jokes because joke making is a tricky business because you can't play like half my jokes are good. That's bad. That won't work, right? They all got to be good, or else people won't feel safe in your joke making hands. So, most of the time when I'm live streaming and talking, like this whole time, I've not been making jokes. I've just been talking about things, explaining things. Right. Well, you can't be that way with jokes, though. You can't. You can't say I'm going to toss a lot of seeds and some of them are going to be good.
No,
Jokes,
you have to like.
you have to be responsible with your humor. If you're going to be funny, you got to be funny all the time. If you're like on stage as a stand-up comedy person, that's the hardest job
Yeah, it
imaginable.
really is.
The only thing that makes it not necessarily super hard is I think a lot of those places you get um, very primed audiences that are just wanting to laugh. Your jokes don't necessarily have to
Yeah.
be that great. So there's that aspect. If you get that kind of audience, then you can probably muddle through. You know, when we went and saw it was Corey, that guy. Do you remember what his name
Yeah,
was?
Tim something.
He was really good.
Yeah, he was really good.
I
We
don't
were laughing the whole
I
time.
don't, do not think I could do as well as he did, but I could do better than the opening
I don't
comedian
even
probably.
remember the opening
In fact,
comedian.
somebody outside said that to me just because I was making jokes
Wow.
outside. Afterwards, we were standing outside and somebody came and got a cigarette and I was making jokes. And he said, like, oh, you should have been the opening guy.
That's a great compliment.
Yeah, that was a great compliment. It made me feel good. There. Untangled. It's untangled. Spray and pray is more like how I do improvisational music. That's more spray and pray. I'm more careful with jokes. Because, freestyle stuff isn't supposed to be spectacular, really. If you can even make it decent, you've accomplished a lot. It's not like this is a good way to write songs, is just to make them up on the fly. This cannot be called a good way to write a song because you don't make decisions. Don't have a form you practice into submission. From worthless to missionary, apathy long been Larry, gone inside every estuary. From here to Panama, So that song was fine. It was fine. But that's spray and pray. That qualifies as spray and pray. Sometimes you get lucky and you get one that's like super great. And then you make an actual song out of it. Because it's never perfect, but you get some super great idea or whatever. But, you know, that's less common than the alternative. Like, this is the alternative. That's pretty bad. It's a pretty bad song. I wouldn't listen to it. This one, though, is fantastic. Hey there, girl, looking good. How you doing today? That wasn't a good song either, see? That's my point. This song here goes me, 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 me. This song here goes me, 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 me. This song here goes me, 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 me. This song here goes me. And down it goes to this one. Goes down here to this one. Back up here to this one. And then this song is for me, 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 me. You're invited to see another brilliant hit. I know. They just one right after another. Why am I not topping the charts with these wonderful hits of mine? It's because I'm not singing about the right topic. I'm singing about love. You're my crush. I see you there behind the tree. Rush over here. Touch me in the knee. Then we'll have a bonding experience. That was a really good song.
It really was.
Misty, misty sparkles covering the forest in misty, misty sparkles. I want to live in the sparkles and the mists. I want to learn the ways of the people who live in the mist people. I call that song The Mist People.
I like that.
And it conveys the spooky mood of the Mist People.
The spooky.
Rock and roll song, rock and roll chords. Don't betray me for a rock and roll Ford. I'm gonna make this easy rock and roll song. And I bet that you can sing along, 'cause it's archetypal like a rock and roll. It will remind you where to go. If you're rocking like ABCD, then you should rock all the way over here to me and say rocking time begins at 8 o'clock sharp. For rocking time's the time that I go to the park. You don't know you're rocking. You can't see my talking. You can't be my clocking. That's because I don't know how to rock. Did I get any pedals? I've got 3 of them in the car. 2 of them in that car. Other than that, I got 2 of them on my bike. All the pedals I have. None of them musical pedals. So, short answer, no. I got no pedals. Even though I was at the pedal store, got no pedals. Should have bought a whole bunch more, but I got no pedals then, and I get no pedals now. Can't forget to go and buy a pedal cow, but pedals, they really aren't my thing. I like to strum and to sing. Pedals complicated unnecessarily, making everything all technical and scary. No, pedals aren't needed for me and my odd ways. Instead, pedals are just bleeded like pants that are out of date. There.
I like that.
Thanks. I want to play Wonderful, Wonderful Kitty. Because it's a song that speaks the truth about a certain kitty named Capio, who is in fact a wonderful, wonderful kitty that nobody can deny. People can try to deny it, but they are just deceiving themselves. Nobody else is fooled by their lies. Okay. A wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. A wonderful, wonderful kitty, such a fabulous our friend. And wonderful kid, I played it, started too high up. I started it at this one instead of this one. I got to start over. Oh, wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, such a fabulous our friend. And now it's wonderful kitty petting time again. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time. Oh, wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. But your wonderful kitty is a fabulousness I've never encountered before. And now I want to pet my kitty some more. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time. Hooray! Conjugal visit prison sex. Rachel and I role play that every time. The cats play the role of the guards. Trouble, can I go in and have sex with my imprisoned husband Eric, please? Rachel says, and Trouble says, meow. And she comes in. We pretend we're in a trailer. It's been months. How's prison treating you, Eric? And I break down sobbing. We never end up having sex. It's pretty traumatic. Sex had during a conjugal visit in prison is pretty traumatic. You wonder who's listening outside the trailer and saying what you're doing in there. Yeah, sex during conjugal visit in prison is surely pretty traumatic. After all, you're separated by the wall. They say you are bad, but they also agree that even bad people gotta stick their pee-pee in their wife. It would be no sort of life if they were denied that simple opportunity. And that's the conjugal visit song. Not very good, but you're expecting too much. Back in 1922, I came across a couple who said, what you doing there in the river? I said, I am panning gold, and they said, you are looking old in the river, in the river. Why are you looking at me anyway? Have you nothing better to do today? Then look at me while I pan for gold and tell me I'm looking old when really I'm being bold and enjoying this here gold. So why don't you two go away, drive your Subaru up the hill today and say to someone on the way, perhaps you think they're overly gay, 'cause you people seem to enjoy judgment. Well, that's enough music for now. I'm all done with music now. I'm quitting music forever. That's it. I hate music from now on. I don't want to ever listen to it or ever make it. Just all of a sudden everything changed. Probably that's not true, actually. I was probably lying right there. I'm going to throw these empty beers away, like so. Oh, the trash is full. The trash can. Come on, trash. Come with me. I've got an exciting place for you to go. Well, it's a lot like Hawaii, yeah. It's a lot like a beach in Hawaii. A little different, but I think you're going to love it. Is there a pool? Well, there's no pool. Well, is there a jacuzzi? No, no jacuzzi. Oh, is there room service? No. I was fine there in the kitchen. Where are you taking me? I'm telling you, you're gonna love it. Oh, Well, what are its amenities? Well, it's dark. Well, I'm scared of the dark. Well, not when you sleep. Oh, even when I sleep with the night light on. Okay, well, this will be a new, exciting opportunity for you to explore a different way of sleeping. Well, it's dark out here. I'm scared. Where are you putting me? What is that, a trash can? Well, you are a bag of trash. That's where you go. Ah, I don't want to go here. Leave me out here. Please, please, take me back. Fine. I put the trash in the trash can. I ignored his objections because that was one uppity bag of trash. I don't need lip from my bags of trash. Okay, so let's get a replacement bag for the kitchen trash can. I'm gonna grab one from right here. Oh yeah, that's sexy. Now, I'm gonna bring it over here, just like this. Now, watch and learn. Watch and learn the methodologies necessary to put a trash bag. Oh yeah! First you gotta make it be open like that. Then you put it in. Hiya! Then you put these things like this. Hiya! And then you're done. See? Nice and empty. Now I'm ready to make more trash. Okay, what's going on around here? I mean, Dave Chappelle was funny for a while, back in the day.
Yeah. It definitely was.
You're allergic to commies? Well, don't eat them. You know they give you hives. Stop eating communists. Um, Beverage. It has a little beverage left in it. I saw a funny stand-up comedian thing about first seeing his wife's ex-boyfriend at the lake. Remember that thing we saw? Where the guy sees his wife's ex-boyfriend at the lake, but he doesn't know it's him. He's like, but my wife wanted to. I was hoping to have a good time, but my wife apparently wanted to put a stop to that. She said, "Hey, that's my ex-boyfriend." And then he says he's on a boat, right? And his friends tell him he should go fight him, and he's like, he's on a boat. I'd swim over there. I probably have to get his help to get into the boat.
Yeah.
That guy was pretty funny. I liked him. Okay, I'm going out to smoke a cigarette. Okay, I've got my cigarettes, but I apparently don't have a lighter with me. Heavens to Betsy, what is going on here? I'm going to leave you here for a second. I'll be back in a second. Wait. I still didn't get a lighter. I laugh at good jokes when I hear them. I'm not at all a comedy hater. I'm a comedy enjoyer. So if someone's funny, I don't feel like hater or jealous about it at all. I'm just grateful that they're funny. I like to laugh. I like to hear good jokes. Well, I'm outside now. It's nighttime. So, yeah, this is when Sasquatches come out, so keep an eye out for them. I'm listening to the sounds of the night forest. I hear frogs, but I don't hear any big rustlings that would be consistent with, say, a Sasquatch. Or even like a deer or a bobcat, you know. My ears are a powerful tool. My hearing's good. When I go like this, I can really hear a lot. Nighttime sight is much less useful, you know. It's dark, so you can't really see things. I think I might feel a poo coming on. It's possible. I have another poo coming out of me. Boy, if poos were babies, I'd be a real prolific mother. I'd have the mating and reproducing rate of a fruit fly. Quick turnover, you know. It's like, hump, baby, life cycle dead. Just as quick as can be. And if you want to ask an evolutionist a question that should make even rabid evolutionists take some pause, ask them why things with very short generations don't evolve faster than things with very long generations. They won't have any answer, of course. Or they might say, well, they did maybe back in the day, but then they reached equilibrium and stopped evolving. Okay, well, so what was the mechanism that caused them to evolve? And what is the mechanism that causes evolution to stop happening? They don't have any answers. They don't have any answers for you at all. That's the thing. If people can't answer cogent questions about their thing, you right there, you should start being very suspicious about it. If you're asking good cogent questions, they're reasonable questions, and they can't answer them, they're probably talking out their ass, almost certainly. All right, ask evolutionists. So, can you establish with the genetic clock how long ago things started evolving and when they stopped evolving? No, they can't. Or at what population size does the mechanics of evolution cease being effective? Or are the mechanics not population sensitive? Ask that question. Of course, they don't have any mechanics, so they can't possibly answer this question. It's like if you can't answer any cogent questions about your theory, it's just obviously bullshit. Okay, so what we know for a fact is that all mutations are deleterious, that the closest to a positive mutation you get is nearly neutral, and also that that's not the mechanism evolutionists say is responsible for evolution anymore, because it doesn't make any mathematical sense. How can any mutation in a large population, even over 100 or 200, be significant enough to change the entire population? It doesn't make any sense. It requires this insanity of bottlenecks and founders effects in which you've got two individuals emerging from a species as a different creature, not the same species, something we've never, ever, ever seen before, and having the same mutations so they can mate and pass them on, right? Or having complementary ones anyway. Then you have to overcome the inbreeding problem and imagine that somehow this tiny population of impossibly isolated mutants um, remains isolated, inbreeds with their children, and doesn't cause any problems, and creates a population. It's insanity. It doesn't pass the sniff test at all. There's no mechanism in place. Nobody even thinks that mutations cause evolution anymore, because everyone acknowledges that all mutations are deleterious. The nearly neutral theory was proposed in the 70s. It's been disproved. Punctuated equilibrium was proposed in the 70s. It's been disproved. They don't have any answers for anything. Punctuated equilibrium was just concentric circles to begin with. They're like, well, we keep saying that evolution happened slowly over 4 billion years, but what about this Cambrian explosion? And so they said, well, that's because evolution doesn't happen for a long time, then all of a sudden it happens for really fast for a little while, and then it stops happening again. Why? How? How is that an explanation? There's absolutely no explanation. It's just an arbitrary claim that this must be the case because evolution is a holy cow. Well, holy cows get turned into hamburger by Eric. Unless they got actual substantiation behind their claims, which evolutionists do not. And again, I'm not trying to replace evolution with creationism. I'm saying the correct position is we don't know where species came from. Evolution is bullshit. Why does a dam stop the water? To get to the other side. Because it's taller than the surrounding land, so it makes a lake behind it, you know. That's why.
My dad said, I'm just saying it now because, like, I'll forget, that since we're married, when we get married, we should probably be on the same phone. Because he's gonna stop paying for
Okay, it's fine. We'll pay for it. It's fine. Just make sure that in the process of us taking over paying for it, that there's no like interruption, have to go to the phone store if we can avoid it, you know? Like,
Oh, I see.
like tell them, we'll pay for it. What does he pay? What does it charge a month? We'll pay him a year in advance or something, and then he can still pay for it.
Yeah. That way I don't need to
We don't need to
remember
change your
everything.
number or anything, yeah. Sasquatch could have been mimicking those frog sounds. That's true. Sasquatches are known as the mockingbirds of the primate families. Um, the thing is, survival is never helped by mutations. That's the point. We've never seen a single instance where a mutated creature comes out of two creatures and it's better than its parents. It's always fucking fucked up and gonna die. We had that one time with guinea pigs. I had guinea pigs at my house, and I had a male and a female. Well, they got inbred, and they had this one special ed. No, they don't. Mutations don't happen. Look, species have elasticity within their genome. So there's adaptability. Some species are much more adaptable than others. Like papyrus, for example, can survive in completely immersed in water, like sitting in water under a river or something. It can also survive with no water at all around it. So it's like it's a plant that can be in in a river, and then when the river dries up, it's still fine. That's adaptability within its genome. Its genome allows it to adapt to changes in the environment in relative real time. All species have that kind of adaptability. Like if I if I lift things a lot, my arms will get stronger and it'll become easier for me. But there's also fundamental limits because species is that's what a species is. It's the thing that always produces others of its own kind. And and so if I flap my arms a bunch, I'll never be able to fly. I have some adaptability within the genome, but there's a qualitative distinction between different species that you can empirically establish by pointing out to their genomic um, idiosyncrasies, right? And in every instance we've ever encountered, those genomes are doing their job, self replicating. Every evolutionary force we see and can account for and actually prove works against diversification from the genome. It eliminates things that are mutations or unhealthinesses that might enter the genome. Humans are allowing a lot of unhealthiness to enter the genome because we're prioritizing individuals' rights and stuff over nature's savagery. And whether or not that's good or bad, it depends if you're a utilitarian or not. It's good if you're not a utilitarian. It's bad if you're a utilitarian. No, but perfect replication is not required, right? A healthy genome is this each individual of the species with it's a healthy individual of the species has the same genomic identity. That doesn't mean there aren't minor variations between individuals. They're all members of the same species. They're not all identical twins, right? And that's an important way to keep the species healthy as well, because some of the range of adaptability within a genome in certain areas might favor this end of the adaptability range and not favor this end of the adaptability range. In theory, over a long enough time, a species might lose the habits of accessing that adaptability on the other side of the genome. But that adaptability will not go away unless the genome becomes sick. So in other words, there are evolutionary forces. They all push back to the genetic mean. If we were to let all the dogs go and nobody take care of them anymore, most of them would die, and the ones that survived would eventually breed themselves back to a medium kind of genetic mean dog. We have bred dogs for God knows how many thousands of years and diversified them so much that they're Chihuahuas and Great Danes, and yet genetically all of them can still mate with wolves. If in fact changing the specifics within the genome via selective breeding, either by people, which is much more forcefully done than could ever occur in nature, and much more, you know, regulationally done. Like we make sure to breed just these qualities, right? Yet still, dogs can reproduce with wolves, and that's the only meaningful definition of a species, right? Reproduce and produce reproductively viable offspring. So it's important to remember that we have shit tons of data that tells us about evolutionary forces. They all push species back to their genetic mean. None of them diversify into new species. So look, I'm not approaching the evolution question looking to shit on evolution. I approached the evolution question not understanding it, not getting it, and assuming the answers were there when I did the research. They were there, I just didn't understand it because it was complicated or something. When I did the research and checked out all the argumentation, as a debate coach, I'm evaluating it on its merits, purely on its merits. I am not a creationist. I'm not trying to pitch some sort of religious alternative here. And it just utterly failed to make its affirmation. The affirmation has a burden to actually affirm and substantiate its claims, and it utterly fails to do that. Additionally, if you look at the history of evolution, it has changed what its central claims are time and time and time and time again, unlike any other scientific theory that anybody has any respect for. It's unique in that regard, and it's gotten away with being a dominant narrative simply because people think it's the science alternative to creationism, which is just religion. And science is more right than religion, right? Well, yeah, but evolution is terrible, horrible nonsense, not science. Science presents theories with mechanisms that actually explain things that you can test and validate. Evolution, everything you do to test and validate it fails. It falsifies it. And yet, despite the fact that there are small mutations or variations within every instance of a species, we have never seen any species actually evolve. We've seen thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands of generations of fruit flies with selective breeding. We cannot make them ever be anything but fruit flies. Why? If there are evolutionary pressures of the sort you're indicating, then surely we would be able to see it in things with very short lifespans because we can mimic those selective pressures and cause what evolution says we should be able to cause. We have plenty of time to do it because we have things with very short lifespans, very quick generations. So, and we can isolate populations, we can bottleneck them, we can founders effect them, we can do everything that they say you got to do to get speciation to occur, and yet we cannot get it to occur. Have never gotten it to occur. Fruit flies remain fruit flies. Why? The point is, if you take the sperm from a chihuahua and stick it into a female wolf, it'll have a baby, a reproductively viable baby. Well, fine, Adnan, things don't adapt because usually they have no need to. But things do adapt, though. We see moths that the primary color in the moth changes over the course of generations as the color changes in the tree, right? These are adaptations within the genome. So we do see adaptations. The thing is, those adaptations are within the scope of the genomic ability. Epigenetics is a real thing. But epigenetics primarily just makes the genome less healthy as it introduces problems into it. It certainly doesn't produce new species. And the thing is, Adnan, we can create the scenarios by which things have to adapt. We can selectively breed fruit flies at a very rapid rate over thousands of generations, and yet, despite the fact that we can put more adaptational pressure on a species and regulate the breeding of it better than nature ever could dream of, we can't speciate anything. So, at some point you have to say, okay, this theory, it doesn't have an actual mechanism because there are no positive mutations and variations within an individual, within a species, like some people have blue eyes, some people have brown eyes. Those are not representative of mutations. Those are representative of Mendelian genetics, where you got dominant and recessive genes, that either display as a phenotype of your genotype or don't, according to whether it's, your parents have and stuff like that. So that's not adaptation those aren't mutations within individuals. That's just Mendel's genetics. Nobody's disputing Mendel's genetics. What's in dispute is whether that process results in speciation. And evolution has abhorrently failed to establish that. The crazy thing is, I've had this argument with many, many people. I have never heard anybody have any good answers to any of my questions, have any good responses to any of my points, or explain anything to me that makes sense. And I'm looking to understand, right? I'm not looking to negate evolution. I am looking to understand. Despite myriad people coming through here being evolutionists trying to tell me, no, no, Eric, you're not getting this thing or that thing, not a single one has meaningfully explained it to me in a way that I can understand. I'm not a stupid person. I'm ready to understand. The answer is evolution has no actual explanation. It's bullshit. No, it's not observable over countless species. You're begging the question. You say, if we were to create the conditions for speciation to occur, they would. But we know how, we have to have some mechanism by which that would occur, right? If you don't have an explanation as to what the conditions are in which speciation can occur, then you have not explained speciation with evolution. That's a necessary part of a meaningful explanation. You have to tell me what are those conditions so that we can replicate them and validate the theory, right? That's how science works. If you can't tell me what those conditions are, you don't have an explanation. It's not observable over countless species. We have not observed any species speciate, okay? We have not been able to create that, and we have not observed it. We have never observed speciation. In every single birth we've ever seen from any animal, it's either come out the exact same species or mutated in a way that made it die very quickly and be very sick, right? There are no positive mutations. All mutations are deleterious. Even the evolutionists could only throw out a nearly neutral theory of evolution, acknowledging that all mutations are deleterious and that the best you can come up with is a nearly neutral one. Yes, Google it. Google it, Adnan, Google it. Check for yourself. Don't believe me, Google it. Because the variation within the genome comes from different mechanisms. Either sexual diversification, in other words, two parents with slightly different versions of the same genome, and Mendelian genetics causes variation between individuals. But if it varies from the genome, that gets stamped out. That's mutation, and that gets stamped out because almost nothing that has mutation can survive. The best you have are nearly neutral ones, which are still negative. The idea that you can get more complexity and thriving species with mutation has long since been disproved. That's why evolutionists went to this genetic drift theory. Well, maybe with nearly neutral mutations, you can get genetic drift, and that's how you can change the genetic makeup of a species. Except it was mathematically demonstrated that while genetic drift could occur for epigenetic changes, that it couldn't possibly affect the genome of the species after a population of less than 100. So it's like, certainly it can't be responsible for speciation. It would mean that all species would have to evolve by a genetic drift of either epigenetic changes or nearly neutral but still deleterious mutations, while under a population of 100. And if you just think it out, it's like there's no possible way that's going to happen, right? So, I mean, it's a degradation from whatever the original genome purportedly was, inherently. Just listening to me talk about this, you should be pretty convinced, because I know a lot about the subject. I know the sequence of all the various theories that they've already proposed that have been disproved. You name me one other theory that has that history of failure that's still taken seriously. I can't think of a single other one. Nobody thinks Darwinian evolution explains anything anymore. That's been thrown out the window. Now they've got all these complex concentric circle bullshit explanations that they can't distinguish between adaptation within a genome and actual evolution, you know? Nobody's disputing that Mendel was right about genetics. Thing is, as soon as humans stop putting selective pressure on those things, they return to the genetic mean because they're less well adapted for survival when they're pushed to those extremes. Like chihuahuas obviously aren't as well adapted for survival as like a wolf. Chihuahuas shiver when it's like 70 degrees. And so there you can see all the how evolutionary pressure works, right? We might be able to force a genome into these extreme variations of individuals, but we can't remove from it their reproductive viability. And those extremes won't survive. They'll all die if we don't continue maintaining their weirdnesses, you know? Humans, selective breeding is the closest thing we have to evolution, and it disproves it. Well, right. I mean, we've evolved wolves into a variety of, of highly specialized varieties. So you could say that chihuahuas evolved to be human parasites, right? But they didn't evolve to be human parasites. We bred them to be that, and they have no sustainable population outside of our maintaining them. And remember, we're trying to explain evolution not via human interference, by natural processes that are vastly, exponentially less effective at selectively breeding things than humans are. I mean, like, this is the sort of thing you can imagine happening. You get a population of a creature like, I don't know, a wolverine or something, and there's a few cold winters in a row, and it kills off all the ones that have less fat and less fur. And so that subpopulation of wolverines is chunkier than some other population someplace else. That's the kind of differentiation you get naturally with natural evolutionary forces, right? It's selecting against certain variations within the genome against other in favor of other variations within the genome. And then that subpopulation might be a particularly chubby population of wolverines. But what happens unavoidably is they interbreed with the other wolverines and it returns to the genetic mean. If it gets too cold, they're better off moving south, you know? These sort of realities are just how the world works, right? It doesn't, the world is not in favor of speciation. Nothing is. Everything fights against it. Salamanders are cool. They evolved from hippos, actually. First they were hippos, but then they're like, we're too big. So don't let us become salamanders. How do I explain animals that go extinct? There ceased to be any further individuals of that population for one reason or another. Dodos went extinct because humans killed them all. Other populations of animals may go extinct because climate situations change or whatever. That has nothing to do with evolution. That has no bearing on where species come from. And that's fundamentally the question. Why do we have all these different species, many of which seem like close variations of others? They each seem to fill a particular ecological niche. Darwin didn't make a bad intuitive leap when he thought, oh, well, there must be some selective pressure that just makes these guys go, yeah. But even Darwin acknowledged it was incomplete. He didn't have an explanation for the mechanism of increased complexity. Lamarck had a more well-reasoned understanding of speciation, and he said, but it's lacking a mechanism. So it's like, even if you go back to the original source text, they acknowledged they didn't have this thing explained. But, people wanted science over religion as an explanation. They wanted some kind of explanation that sounded sciencey to them. People don't like the actual truth. Yeah, that was Lamarck. People don't like the actual truth, which is, we don't know. That's not a satisfying answer, right? But that's the correct answer. We don't have any explanation for it that makes any sense. And the explanation that people think makes sense keeps changing. When we were kids, or when I was a kid, I was told that evolution happened gradually over 4 billion years. But the geologic record shows there's been extinction events every 40 million years until 66 million years ago. And all the species had to start over. So where did they come from? We don't know. We don't know. We don't have an explanation for it. I mean, I've just been articulating them all. I've been articulating myriad objections. All you got to do is go back a little bit and listen to them. I would start by Googling the question, are there positive mutations? Or are all mutations deleterious? You will find, yes, that they are. Start there. And then explain evolution. Let's see. Are mutations all deleterious? This is begging the question. It says, while many genetic changes will disrupt organism function in ways that are detrimental, mutation is ultimately the source of all adaptive variation as well. To understand the impact of the mutation process on individuals and populations, to predict how the mutation rate will evolve, we need to understand how often beneficial versus deleterious mutations occur. A simplified prediction is that beneficial mutations should eventually be depleted in populations adapting to a stable environment as they become fixed by positive selection. This is all begging the question. Let me actually see what percentage of mutations are positive? We know that the maximum possible rate of non-neutral mutation is less than 1 per generation due to error catastrophe. This rate leads to, at most, about 1 out of 1,000 beneficial mutations per individual per generation. So this is very tiny amount of beneficial mutations that cannot possibly be explain evolution. It's impossible. It's too tiny a fraction of the population, total population of any species, to be an explanatory factor. And that's at most. There are a number of other applications of population genetics that cause severe problems for the theory of evolution. We now consider these beginning with the discussion of small populations. We then discuss error catastrophe and the fact that the high rate of mutation for humans should lead to rapid degeneration of the human genetic material. We also show that the human race must be young since such deterioration is not yet observed. In other words, all mutation leads to deterioration of the genome. Finally, we discussed the ape-human gap and showed that if the human race is not degenerating, then this gap would take at least 100 million years or so to cross, and probably a billion years just counting the number of mutations needed and not considering the problems of creating new structures for speech and thought. And that's based on this evolutionist saying, I calculate that there must be a beneficial mutation every 7 to 10 years if evolution is true. Again, just begging the question, not establishing that positive mutations actually occur, but just saying if evolution is true, they must occur every 7 to 10 years, right? But if Haldane's reasoning is true, this rate of evolution would cause a problem for higher vertebrates. For higher vertebrates, Haldane's estimate of 300 generations leads to a generation times of at most 1/30th of a year, which is impractically small. However, as stated below, I believe that bound is incorrect. So, if we assume the most fit individual in a population has only a limited advantage over an average individual, suppose we assume that the most fit individual is the one with all the beneficial mutations, presumably occurring, currently spread through the population, has a selective advantage of at most 1 over an average individual. Then we can get at most about 1 mutation every 20 generations. For example, if there is just 1 mutation spreading with a selective advantage of 1, then 20 generations it can increase its frequency by a factor, uh, and thus spread through a reasonably sized population. This gives 1 mutation per 20 generations. If we assume there are 10 mutations with selective advantages of 1/10 each, then an individual with all of them has a selective advantage of 1.78. In 10 generations, these mutations can increase the frequency by a factor of 2.7. And in 14 such occurrences, they can increase the frequency by about a million. In this way, we can obtain 10 mutations in 140 generations, or 14 mutations per generation. Now, again, this is logic predicated on the notion that evolution must be true, so positive mutations must exist, not having established that they do, okay? But here's the problem. We know that the maximum possible rate of non-neutral mutation is less than 1 per generation. Due to error catastrophe, the rate leads to at most 1 out of 1,000 beneficial mutations per individual per generation. These mutations will probably have a selective advantage of at most 0.01, implying that at most 1/50th of them fix in the population. Thus, we can get at most 1 out of 50,000 mutations fixing in the population per generation per individual. Thus, in a population of 100,000 individuals, we can expect at most 2 beneficial mutations to fix in the population per generation. In a population of 1 million, we might expect 20 beneficial mutations to fix per generation. However, Haldane's analysis implies that this rate does not continue to increase as the population becomes larger and larger. In fact, a more reasonable estimate is about 0.015 lethal mutations per generation, leading to 0.00015 beneficial mutations per individual per generation at most. At most, 1/50th would fix, leading to At most 0.000003 fixing per individual per generation. This would be zero point 0.3 mutations per generation, fixing in a population of a million. We can see right away we cannot expect rapid evolution in small populations as assumed in the theory of punctuated equilibrium. Haldane's reasoning, if it were true, would imply that even this rate is too high. Moreover, we cannot expect bursts of evolution even in large populations. So explain the Cambrian explosion. You can't. And again, this is just assuming there are positive mutations because evolution must be correct. It's begging the question is what that fallacy is called. And this guy's not begging the question, he's critiquing it, but I'll put a link to this, but in general, one can compute the time it takes a population to reach equilibrium in the following way, assuming that the population begins perfect with no or very few harmful mutations. Suppose f is the frequency with which a mutation occurs per generation, and m is the fraction of the population that has a mutation. Suppose it is selective disadvantage, which will be a negative number. Now, if the mutation is dominant, then it will reach equilibrium when the probability of expression equals f, so that minus ms equals f. Thus, if its selective disadvantage is minus 1 over 1.0, it will reach equilibrium when its frequency of appearance in the population is about 1,000 times its frequency of occurrence. This will happen in slightly over 1,000 generations, since the frequency of appearance in the population will initially increase by f generation, but will slow down as it approaches f minus f. In general, it will take somewhat over minus 1 generation to reach equilibrium. If the mutation is recessive, the probability of expression it's m squared, and the fraction of the population that will die from this is minus s asterisk m squared. Equilibrium will occur when minus s asterisk m squared equals f. Thus, m equals squartf at equilibrium. The frequency of occurrence will occur f each generation and converge to beta, which will take somewhat over mad generations over mad generations. Here's the problem with this. A detailed calculation shows the mutation that if a mutation is recessive and fatal and occurs on the average once per generation as assumed above, its frequency in the population will be 0.75, which implies that over half of all fertilized eggs must die to this mutation. Even this close of an approach to equilibrium would imply too high a death rate for humans in 160 generations. It could be the mutation rate has increased recently, or else harmful mutations were only slightly harmful. These will take longer to reach equilibrium. But the point is, if the mechanisms of evolution actually were correct, then harmful mutations would be killing half of every population. If the positive mutations have this fix in the population quality, then the negative ones do too. And this is where it just becomes immediately obvious that it's nonsense. Because if you use the same logic on the negative mutations as you do on the positive mutations, they're much more common and they would totally define the genome. Yeah, I'll put the link. No, we're not always begging the question. This is the thing. If you want to evaluate the theory of relativity, you don't say, well, relativity must be right, therefore, blah, 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 blah. You say, if relativity is right, the following predictions will end up being true. I'm predicting these things. We don't have a test for it yet, but when we do, it should show this. And of course, every empirical test is predicted to produce result meow by relativity. When we get that test and actually test it, it produces result meow. It validates. That's how theories work. Okay? They make predictions that then validate, and so we accept that they're true. Except evolution doesn't make any predictions that validate. So why is it still considered the explanation we go with? All right, well, let's try this. Since we can't really find a good answer about whether there actually are positive mutations, let's see if we can find an example of one. Okay, so an example of a positive genetic mutation is one that can protect a person from acquiring heart disease or diabetes, even with a history of smoking or being overweight. What they're saying there is that's an example of a positive genetic marker. They're just, again, begging the question and assuming it was mutated into such. Enzymes are a substance in your body that repairs genetic mutations because, of course, they're not good. This is just an apology for for evolution, and again, it doesn't explain anything. It says this. It says this. Genetic variations are important for humans to evolve, which is the process of change over generations. A sporadic genetic mutation occurs in one person. That person passes their genetic mutation on to their children, and it continues for generations. If the mutation improves a person's chance of survival or freedom from disease, then it begins being passed through generations and spread through the population. Why? Because remember, it doesn't matter if it improves a person's chance of survival or freedom from disease. It matters if it improves the number of children they have, right? If you want to spread your positive mutations into the population more, you need to have substantially more children than everybody else. But there's no reason to believe positive mutations necessarily lead to you having more children, even if they exist. Again, it's not been established here by this. They're just pointing to some people have a genetic variation that's preferable for diseases like that. And they're assuming it's a mutation. And they've got examples of inherited mutations. Autosomal dominant, Marfan syndrome. Autosomal recessive, sickle cell disease. X-linked dominant, fragile X syndrome. X-linked recessive, colorblindness. X-linked thrombocytopenia. Y-linked, webbed toes. Codominant, alpha 1 antitrypsin deficiency. Mitochondrial, Leber hereditary optic neuropathy, sudden vision loss. So they give us examples of mutations, not a single positive example, right? They're all examples of people who have genetic diseases or at best webbed toes. They have no examples of positive mutations because a mutation is not a variation that exists within a healthy human genome. It's one of these things that causes you to have fragile X syndrome or whatever. You don't have any examples of positive mutations like a baby was born with some mutation that makes them have x-ray vision. No, but they don't have many small mutations, okay? The kind of mutations that occur from like exposure to radiation and stuff, your body attempts to repair all those mutations before they affect cell activity, okay? And if it can't repair it, then it'll cause problems. Those kind of genetic changes or mutations are epigenetic. Nobody's disputing that epigenetics happen. Epigenetics do happen, and it does change the genome over time, but it always makes it less healthy with the addition of things like all those genetic disorders I mentioned. Note, there is no equivalent for positive mutations that you can find examples of them, right? So, yes, there are mutations within a person's lifetime that occur as you're living, and those get repaired by your body. And if they don't, then you end up with stuff like cancer or whatever. But the thing is, the kind of mutations that evolutionists think happen are mutations that happen like between the sperm and the egg, or sometime immediately upon fertilization or something, right? They're genetic mutations that make this baby somehow different. Except all such mutations cause the baby almost always to die. And we don't have any example of positive mutations. Certainly, even if we did, the math doesn't work, right? Because the same mechanism that we'd be applying to positive mutations would be applying to negative mutations too, and populations would be dying in massive droves because there are vastly more negative mutations. They have just as much opportunity to get fixed in the population as positive mutations, because after all, whether they get fixed in the population has nothing to do with whether the mutation is positive or deleterious. It has to do with whether that individual has a lot of kids. Adaptation, you know? Like I said, if you have a population of wolverines and you have a series of cold winters, the ones that are skinnier and have less fat and less fur are going to die off, and that subpopulation of wolverines is going to be chubbier. The thing is, if we stopped using antibiotics, the bacteria would return to the genetic mean and stop being resistant to it. So that's the point. Yes, there's adaptation within a genome, but there is not speciation. A species, definitionally, is that which gives birth to others of its own kind, reproductively viable members of its own species. But just definitionally, it's like, how are you going to have a new species at any point? You have to have two individuals who are genetically different in the same way from their original species and are reproductively viable with each other. It would just be, it's impossible to consider. It's like, that's not ever even conceivably going to happen, even if there were positive mutations. Like, they both get wings now, whereas before they didn't, or something. Or the beginning of wings. Like, how is the beginning of wings useful at all, right? If you are a land creature, how are you going to evolve wings? Do they just come out, all of a sudden you got wings in full? Or are they coming in a little bit at a time? There's nothing advantageous about partial wings. How are you going to get gills? There's nothing advantageous about not yet being able to breathe underwater, but having some of the mechanisms in place. You just think about how many genetic changes it would take for, say, a cow to become a whale, or vice versa. The scope of the project of mutation wouldn't take billions of years, it would take zillions of years. But the thing is, we already know, Fly Guy, no matter how advantageous it might be for us to fly, we'll never do it. Even if we have a population of people living in the trees, they won't develop wings. Their kids won't develop wings. Their kids won't develop wings. Because after all, our genome isn't saying, what would be useful to you right now? But why? But what would the mechanism be? What would be the mechanism by which we got wings? One of our kids would be born with webbing here, and that would not be advantageous to him, but somehow make him make substantially more babies than everybody else? Of course, that mutation would have to be a dominant genetic trait, not recessive. And the normal way would have to be recessive. And that's assuming, this is pretending as though this could happen. It can't happen, but let's pretend it could. It's not advantageous until it actually helps him fly, right? The point is, it's not my job to explain to you why that can't happen. It's evolution's job to explain exactly how it does happen. And evolution entirely fails to make that explanation, so we negate. Okay, but the point is, before the bats had enough webbing that they could fly, what were they? Were they just land rats with wings that didn't work? And why didn't they die then instead of being rewarded until future generations got wings that worked? You know? If you just think about it, it makes no sense. Okay, but the thing is, you've got a population of something that has to glide before it can fly. Note that none of those individuals will be able to glide. They don't have the mutation. So why isn't the whole population dying if they have to glide? Remember, you've got a population of things that can't glide, but they need to glide. So what happens? The genetic lottery happens to pop out a kid with wings, and somebody else pops out another kid with wings, and now those two can glide. Everybody else dies, and they glide their way to a new species. That's insane. It makes no sense. During the lifetime of individuals, they cannot evolve wings. So it has to happen generationally. But nobody's going to be born with a mutation that says, now you have wings. And it's never advantageous until it's done, right? It's not advantageous to have partial gills. It's not advantageous to have partial wings. It's disadvantageous. You're just a freak that's got a tail. It's like being born with a tail, why was I born with a tail? They're not going to make the ladies want to have all your babies. They're going to make you go, oh, you're gross. And that's the other thing. Animals are the same way. They don't want to mate with aberrant variations from their species. They want to mate with the healthiest, normalist looking member of their species. All the mechanisms work against this notion. If you aren't convinced yet after this long rant, I don't know what to tell you. It's as convincing as it could possibly be. Because remember, I'm not presenting a counter affirmation. I'm saying the correct answer is we don't know. We don't have an explanation. And evolution is lying when it says it explains anything. Okay, but you get back to this question, okay, well, what species did it start as? What species did birds start as? Did they start as birds? And what does that mean? How do they start as something, Did they all start as corals? How did birds, hippopotamuses, insects, all these different things evolve from corals in 10 million years? Not 4 billion. And they all have different generation lengths. How is this happening? Thing is, I'm not asking too much. I'm asking for evolution to answer my very reasonable questions. Since it can't, it's bullshit. Any good theory would be able to answer reasonable questions about it. I mean, like if you look at birds, the females choose the healthiest looking male, the one with the most full display of feathers or whatever, you know? You look at humans. People find symmetry attractive because it's a sign of good health, right? Like this, it's not attractive. Why? Because it's a sign that there's something wrong with me. I've got missing teeth, and so that makes me a less desirable reproductive option. And so it is with all species, as far as anybody can tell. They're selective. They want to choose the best individuals. But the best individuals are not the deviants from the genetic norm. They're the healthiest individuals displaying the genetic mean, you know? If you try to take selectivity away from breeding, then you've lost your whole mechanism. You can't have it both ways, right? Either your mechanism is selectivity and breeding, which you lose because they won't select freaks. They'll select normal other individuals of their species, and we see this every day, all the time, all over the world, in all species. And so if you want to get rid of sexual selection, then why do these purportedly positive mutations get chosen? Well, there's no doubt that Genghis Khan successfully got his DNA widely spread into the population. But note, he was a human being, as are all the people who have his DNA. None of them are different species. So is it possible for individuals to affect the genome in small populations? Sure. Like, you know, lions kill cubs made by other males so they can have their own cubs there, right? Obviously, that favors that particular individual's genetics over the individual whose kids were killed, right? But the thing to remember about sexual creatures is there's always genetic diversity because you get some of your genes from your mom and some of your genes from your dad. Both of whom are the same species as you, by the way. Every time. Every time you see a child, a cub, a baby, whatever, every single time, it's always the exact same species as its parents. Isn't that remarkable? Without any exceptions. We can't come up with a single exception. The point is, certain things get rewarded within variability of a genome. Sometimes that changes. This is why the genome's mean isn't set in stone, right? But just because it moves around a little bit within its variability range, that doesn't mean anything. That's just Mendel's genetics. It's not evolution. And certainly it doesn't explain species. That's the point. Evolution claims to explain where species come from. Make it actually do that. Yeah, well, the human genome is getting progressively more unhealthy, but it is that article is like, well, like if evolution were right, humans would have to be a really young species because our genome, because otherwise the negative mutations would be fixing the population so deeply that half of us would be dying before we were born. I guarantee you this: nobody who hears me negate evolution has ever heard anybody talk as intelligently about evolution as am, and has never heard anybody as convincing about the subject as me. Whether or not they want to be convinced, that's up to them. But there's no disputing who has the best arguments. Well, okay, so speciation is malleable as unicellular organisms progress to multicellular. But if the rest is genetics, then you don't get anything beyond amoebas and stuff because there's no mechanism for increased complexity. No, that's wrong, Fly Guy. Adaptation within a genome is constantly occurring. Yes, individuals are genetically different from each other. The thing is, that's within a healthy genome. If there's mutations, especially pre birth mutations, it always results in one of a number of possible horrible genetic disorders. Um, so, yeah, you know, populations of a certain kind of flower may um, be all white because in this area there's snow and rabbits can't see them as well. In another area, they might be kind of greenish white because they're the ones that are more greenish white live there, whereas the other ones get eaten by the rabbits. You know, that kind of thing can happen, but it never results in speciation. They're always just populations favoring one or more angle of the adaptability within a genome. Remember, there's only so much adaptability within a genome. If climate changes require a, uh, a hummingbird to undergo long periods of time underwater, there's no possible way those hummingbirds are going to survive that, right? They cannot adapt that much. That's outside of the adaptability scope of their genome. You know, you can see individual humans changing a lot over the course of a Naked and Afraid episode. Their body changes and adapts. It gets used to very low caloric intake. It, uh, their feet get tougher as they walk over the course of 21 days. They get calloused and stuff. A lot of different things happen. Their body's adapting to a sudden extreme change in environment, right? But you will note that, except for the very, very best survivalists, if they were left there indefinitely, they would all die. And even the ones who survived would not change in any dramatic ways, you know? They'd have a slower metabolism, their feet would be more calloused, they'd be more tanned, their hands would be more calloused, they'd probably be stronger, they'd develop more muscles, you know. They'd also have more health problems. They'd have like ticks and stuff like that, and you know. But yeah, there's adaptability within the genome. They would adapt as best they could to survive. But if, all of a sudden their campsite gets flash flooded and they're underwater for an hour, they're dead. They're not going to develop gills. If all of a sudden their campsite collapses outside of a cliff and they're falling through the air, they're dead. They're not going to develop wings. They will live as an adapted individual human being, but they will die as a pure human being. And they will live as a pure human being. There will be no element of other species enter into them at any point, no matter how substantial the environmental pressures. And remember, when humping and getting pregnant, their ovum and sperm don't know what environmental pressures are going on out here and choose the best thing for the baby to adapt to those environmental pressures. So if the baby were to somehow magically have a positive mutation, there's a very good chance it wouldn't be linked to those particular environmental pressures. It would be positive in general, like, wow, now he can see things that are 1,000 feet away, really close. Unfortunately, right now, our problem is extreme drought and very bright sun, and it just blinds him. The one who already had the gills wasn't a bird. It was a fish. And it was never out of the water to begin with. Well, look, small mutations that occur after you're born aren't part of your genetic script and don't get passed on to your kids. Sometimes they do. This is epigenetics you're talking about, okay? There is a possibility of change for epigenetics, but um, almost all those changes are bad too. It's like if some population goes through a long period of famine, um, like their kids are more likely to be depressed or something. I don't know. I read some sort of article about this. But yes, epigenetics do exist and do change the genome, but cannot possibly account for speciation. And as far as genetic mutations that are part of a person's genetic blueprint, well, those are always deleterious and result in genetic disorders. And besides that, um, those are uh, even if they survive and pass on their genetics, it's not advantageous, almost certainly. All right. The thing is, remember, you have to have the same mechanism for advantageous and deleterious mutations, even if you believe advantageous mutations exist. You have to have the same mechanism. So, if some mechanism of population fixing keeps positive mutations in the population, unless you can explain why it doesn't also keep negative mutations in the population, and why the same sort of exponential growth of this genetic reality in the population doesn't begin to define the population as would be expected by the purported mechanism of evolution, that's just game set match. There's no way to get around that reality. Evolution is bullshit. Well, I couldn't find a single example of a mutation that was actually positive. I saw an example of a variation in genetics between two different populations of people, one of which is resistant to or less likely to get cancer, right? That's begging the question. They have not established that that's a mutation. The things they have established as mutations, for sure, they all have disorders next to their names. They put different classes of mutations that exist. Every single one of them has a disorder next to its name. They don't have a classification of mutation that exists for positive ones, nor any examples of them. Well, they do add differentiation within a species. They make a genome sicker. This is why the human genome has things like sickle cell anemia. That's a mutation that entered the population. Yakub, I don't know who Yakub is. Okay, well, the chance for being reproductively viable, you're more likely to be reproductively viable if your mutation is neutral, nearly neutral, or let's pretend positive, okay? So you're more likely to be reproductively viable. But if a negative mutation doesn't kill an individual, there's no particular reason to think it's going to negatively affect their reproductive viability, especially if it doesn't display in their phenotype. Because creatures are selective about what things look like, right? Sickle cell anemia doesn't display in your phenotype. So the point is, for while it is the case that a majority of negative mutations end in death and thereby don't get continued on, there are still more negative mutations with living individuals than there are positive mutations by a vast number. So it's always going to be the case that to the extent that changes to the genetic makeup of the species enter into the genome, in other words, new variations enter into the genome, that if in fact the evolutionary mechanisms were correct, the species would be dying at a rate of 50% because whatever the positive mutations were taking hold, there'd be many, many more negative mutations taking hold. Fortunately, um, it's not that easy to spread change in a genome. So while sickle cell anemia has entered the human genome, most of us don't have it. Most of us don't have that mutation. That's a mutation, a deleterious mutation. Well, you can't find any example of a mutation that results in something other than a disorder. They don't have any classification for such mutations. Let's look at types of mutations. Deletion, insertion, chromosomal inversion, germline mutation, these are unique to germ cells. Transition substitution, nonsense mutation, a nonsense mutation occurs when the substitution results in the formation of a stop codon. This causes the ribosome translating the mRNA from the mutated yeah, not good. Um, frame shift mutation. Due to the triplet nature of genes expressed by codons, the insertion or deletion can change the reading frame, resulting in a completely different translation from the original. A missense variant is a type of substitution in which the nucleotide change results in the replacement of one protein building block. Transversion refers to a point mutation in DNA in which a single purine is changed for a pyrimidine or vice versa. Somatic. Somatic mutations take place in non-reproductive cells. Many kinds of somatic mutations have no obvious effects on an organism because genetically normal normal body cells are able to compensate for the mutated cells. Nevertheless, several other mutations can greatly impact the life and function of an organism. For example, somatic mutations that affect cell division are the basis of many forms of cancer. Okay. Somatic. Point mutation. A single nucleotide base is changed, inserted, or deleted from a DNA or RNA sequence of an organism's genome. Point mutations have a variety of effects on the downstream protein product, consequences that are moderately predictable based on the specifics of the mutation. You know, sounds bad again. Silent mutation. Mutations that have no effect on the amino acid sequence. Some silent mutations are mutations in DNA that do not have an observable effect on the organism's phenotype. They are a specific type of neutral mutation. The phrase silent mutation is often used interchangeably with the phrase synonymous mutation. However, synonymous mutations are not always silent nor vice versa. Okay, so that's the first neutral one we found. Substitution. Chromosome abnormality. A chromosomal abnormality, aberration, mutation, or chromosomal disorder is missing extra or irregular portion of a chromosomal DNA. Base substitutions. Base substitutions are called point mutations, which cause, for example, the one that causes sickle cell anemia. Transversion substitutions. Harmful mutations. This is a page called Harmful Mutations, Effects, Examples, etc. Where is helpful mutations, examples, etc.? I can't find those. We don't have any categories for them. Induced mutations are caused by exposure. Spontaneous mutations occur randomly with the body. Mutations can be point mutations, frameshift mutations, substitution mutations, nonsense mutations, missense mutations, addition mutations, or subtraction mutations. These are all the ones we just read, and they're all harmful. Harmless mutations are usually not expressed, meaning they do not alter the organism's gene expression. These types of mutations are known as silent mutations. So there's some harmless mutations. Example. An example of a silent mutation is changing the original codon AAA to AAG by changing the last base of the codon. This mutation has no effect on the organism because AAA and AAG both code for the amino acid lysine. Examples of harmful mutations. Let's keep scrolling down here. Harmful effects of genetic mutations. Negative effects of mutations. List of harmful mutations. Harmful mutations, key takeaways. Now, where are the helpful mutations? Let's see. Control of gene expression is the category. The subset was harmful mutations. Beneficial mutations. Let's look at it. How can we understand the concept of beneficial mutations at the genetic level? First, let's examine DNA. DNA is comprised of phosphate backbone with attached nucleosides. Now that we understand what beneficial mutations are on a genetic level, sometimes multiple nucleotides in sequence are altered from the original intended strand, and this collection of alterations can be termed a mutation as well. Sometimes multiple nucleotides in a sequence are altered from the original intended strand. Intended by what? And this collection of alterations can be termed a mutation as well. Now, how do we know when one of these mutations is beneficial just from looking at its sequence? Well, we cannot. A beneficial mutation is one that confers positive qualities, especially increased fitness to the organism that has it. Beneficial mutations are not the most common in nature, but when they do occur, they tend to propagate at a higher rate than random through the population. This may be due to natural selection. If you cannot tell when a mutation is beneficial, then how do you know it exists? Now that we understand what beneficial mutations are on a genetic level, let's dig deeper and discover some beneficial mutations that exist in our world. Lactose tolerance. Would you believe your ability to happily imbibe milk, ice cream, and cheeses while remaining gas-free is a mutation? Yes. Generally, humans are lactose tolerant when they are born, so they can easily derive calories and nutrients from their mother's milk. However, rather quickly as we age, we lose our lactose tolerance. Lactose tolerance is naturally relatively high in certain populations that have access to large amounts of milk, whether from cows, goats, or sheep, as was seen in most of Europe, more nomadic tribes in Africa, as well as parts of Asia and the Middle East. In ancient times, milk was, and still is, a vast treasure trove of calories. Those who could digest milk call them lactose persistent because the digestive enzyme lactose remains active in them past their babyhood, were less likely to be hungry, vitamin deficient, and malnourished. Thus, they were more likely to survive to adulthood and more likely to reproduce. But how do you know it was a mutation? On a genetic level, the mutation for lactose tolerance is a mere point mutation. The cytosine nucleotide, which is considered normal or wild type, is switched with the thymine nucleotide. Okay, but just because there are two genetic expressions of something doesn't mean that either of them is a mutation. That's just assumed here. Right? Just because you could explain it as a point mutation, because you know that that's one way that different expressions of things can occur, it doesn't mean that those two different expressions of things were mutations, either of them. How do they know which one was a mutation? Maybe the lactose intolerance is the mutation. They have no idea. This is just wild speculative nonsense. Notice the difference in the quality between their positive mutation examples and their negative mutation examples. Their negative mutation examples are science. Their positive mutation examples are speculation. I repeat what it says right here. How do we know when one of these mutations is beneficial just from looking at its sequence? Well, we cannot. We can know so much about every negative mutation, but we can't even know if a mutation is beneficial by looking at it. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Boy, that says a lot. They're begging the question in every instance of a positive mutation, where they're doing real science when it comes to negative mutations. You can tell the difference is night and day, right? The first thing is science. The second thing is a story. Well, I don't think people evolved from apes in Africa then migrated over the world. And obviously, I don't think that's a laughable position. I'm both passionately arguing it and giving you ample good reason to believe what I'm saying. No, I don't have to believe any of those things, Fly Guy. I don't know where species came from. And you don't either. All I know is that evolution is not a good explanation. I mean, as an expert at evaluating explanations, I give you my professional word. I stake my professional reputation on it. It is not a good explanation. That is a terrible case. It doesn't hold any water. And I have no vested interest in the thing. It's not like I want evolution to be wrong. I want it to explain to me where species came from. It doesn't. I don't want a word that I use to pretend like I understand something. I want to actually understand it. And I'm not stupid. If anybody could explain it to me well, so that it made sense, I would be able to understand it. I have not read a single thing, heard anybody say anything that was convincing. Keep in mind, everything that people are saying are deviations from Darwin's original theory. So why even have a whole different theory and still call it evolution even, right? That's not how any other theory works. I mean, it's just weak thinking. It's weak arguing. It's a profound unwillingness to acknowledge when you're doing really fucking fallacious shit. It's offensive to me. It's like, where do these fuckers get off calling themselves scientists and doing this shit, you know? Because, like, we should all at least object to this. If scientists out there are correct, they are doing an impossibly shitty job of explaining themselves. And that's what their number one purpose is to explain things in ways that people can actually understand, that make sense, that people can test and validate and stuff. Not just tell stories about, well, you know, it's like things change genetically, so that's where species come from. Doesn't make any fucking sense. And I will point out that not a single one of the pro-evolution people, here now or ever before, has had anywhere close to as much knowledge about evolution as me, nor anywhere close to as good an arguments as I'm making. Like, not even in the same light year. And there's a lot of smart people around here. I've had plenty of INTPs ask me some questions and then go, yeah, I don't know what to make of that. And they don't commit to, you're right, but they are satisfied by my answers, you know? People ask me questions, I give you satisfying answers, real answers. You ask evolutionists questions, they give you vagaries and nonsense. Can you imagine another theory said, now look, you can't replicate any of this. Why not? Because it takes billions of years for every species. Well, okay, it takes 10 million years. Get all species evolve at the same rate? Well, no. Some of them evolve very fast and then they stopped, and then some of them evolve really fast and then they stopped. But last really fast. And why did they start evolving and why did they stop? Uh, Environmental pressures, mutations, there. Okay, that's not an answer to either of those questions. If we ask somebody to walk you through the process of how meow animal became meow animal, they have no even concept of where to begin. Well, like when somebody asked Jordan Peterson, why do people like red in advertisements? Ripe berries. Because back when we were hunter gatherers, the people who saw the ripe berries, they had an advantage. So that's why people like the color red. Um, First of all, Jordan Peterson, how many ripe berries are red versus other colors? Is red that advantageous a berry spotting color? And also, can't anybody who sees the color have an equal opportunity to see red berries? I mean, if you're saying this was a change from color blindness to only seeing red, okay, I guess. But the point is, like, what about the guy who could see a bison at 10 miles away? That's a much better advantage than being able to see some red berries. Red berries are probably poisonous, you know? And why are people always evolving during hunter gatherer days? Evolutionary psychology is such a load of crap. It's the biggest load of crap since King Kong took a dump on my face. That was a big load of crap, let me tell you. The size of King Kong's turd is like a swimming pool. Well, look, there might be those are all fine explanations for why people like red or whatever. But um that hunter gatherers could see ripe berries better when they had an advantage. That's just, as Side Sheik says, lunacy. And easier, even crazier is the idea that, like, I see red, but you really see red. Like, you either see red or you don't. Okay, well, I may have said that earlier, Flag. I'm not good at following through on what I say. I just spent a long time dumping on evolution now. But it really deserves it. It richly deserves it because it's so deeply entrenched in academia, and everybody buys into this notion that it's some sort of an explanation, and they're lying to you. They're lying, lying, lying. They're scrambling to avoid the central problem they have, which is no mechanism to explain their supposed explanation. Well, sure, but I'm not saying people don't have better or worse eyesight. But like, let's say two people see red. Why isn't the determining factor who has 20/20 vision, not the fact that they both see red? It's a terrible explanation for why people are more likely to buy things in advertisements that have red in them, or pay attention to advertisements with red in it for longer, or something like that. I forget the exact specifics of it. But that's a terrible fucking explanation. Ripe berries. He just pulled that right out of his ass. It withstands zero scrutiny. I like Fly Guy's explanation better. It's important. Some people faint when they see blood. It creates a visceral reaction. I like that explanation a lot better than Jordan Peterson's. Fly Guy pulled a perfectly floral and fragrant thing out of his ass. Why couldn't Jordan Peterson? Because he's an evolutionary psychologist. That's why he loves lobsters so much. Well, I don't know, Side Sheik, the specifics of the study they were talking about in this class. I was watching some lecture. Him holding court with his nonsense. Boy, if there's anybody who needs to be scolded by Eric, it's him. He could be doing a lot better. A lot better. Instead, he's full of shit most of the time. He's not dumb. He's pandering. Well, none of these figures want to tussle with Eric, I'll tell you that. I'm just way too much more correct than they are. It's not that I'm a better debater or something, although that may explain why I'm more correct. It's that I'm leagues more correct. That's what matters. I can defend what I'm saying, I can explain what I'm saying, and if somebody's willing to listen and honestly engage it, they're gonna go like, oh, he's right. I've been spending a lot of years thinking about this shit kind of shit, all kinds of different shit. Trying to refine and distill my positions into strong and correct ones only. Remember, that's my only goal, right? My goal is not to have creationism, not to have evolution, not to, it's just to have the most defensible arguments. So that's what allows me to be the most correct, because I don't care what is correct. I just care what is the most defensible statements, which arguments are the best. And that ultimately is the same thing as the truth. Red is the color of an apple. Orange, it's the color of an orange. Yellow, it's the lemon and the fabulous sun, sun, sun. Green, it's the color of trees and lots of things that grow. And then there's blue for the sky, and purple, that's a color that's fun, fun, fun. And when you put them together, what do you get? Or what do you think you see? Why, it's a rainbow, and it's a really fabulous one. You guys know that song? Yeah, I don't drink. I seem somehow drunk. Well, I'm impassioned. I'm on speed. you know, I'm on speed. I'm also on hyperclonopin, so I'm feeling both ampy and kind of chill. And I'm feeling passionate. Feeling passionate about what I would say. I believe in the power of the truth. I believe in the power of good explanations that actually explain things. And I believe I have those good explanations and that the world would benefit from being more correct. Now, how exactly does one get oneself to be listened to by people when your message is, you're wrong? You need to consider these other things. And when you do a thorough deliberation on the matter, you too can independently conclude that I am correct. But of course, most people's cognitive function stacks don't prioritize those things as absolute values. It's from Barney, that song. It's the best song in Barney. I used to be able to play it on the guitar. It's a good song. It's a full moon here? I don't know. Let's go outside and look. Let me get the Megity. Okay, I got the Megity. I'm going to push the meow. There. This way it'll continue to charge because it's kind of low on batteries. I'm just as passionate about cognitive functions, but it's a steeper slope to explain to people. Like evolution, it's easy to negate because everybody who thinks they believe in evolution has no idea what they believe in. They don't understand what their mechanism is. In other words, they just got this vagary from school and they go like, that's the explanation. So it's easy to argue that. Cognitive functions are a lot harder because it's like if I'm arguing with somebody who thinks they know about cognitive functions and hasn't been around here, then we begin right off the bat with like he needs a class in how to do this, right? Like, okay, what are we trying to do? We're trying to model human attention. What is an example of an intentional manner? What does that mean? What kinds of intentional manners are there? We need to agree on things like that. They don't have any idea about any of that stuff. They're not agreeing with me. They're not ready to have that massive of a paradigm shift as an explanation. It's just too overwhelming. And they're naturally skeptical. Like, here's this guy who's claiming he's exclusively right about this and that it is the ultimate metaframe that explains everything basically, or by which you can come at anything through a more correct and understanding frame. Um, it's the missing link to understanding everything heretofore in human philosophy and stuff like that, right? Because it really is. Once we understand that all of our language artifacts are artifacts of human action, and that action is communicative action, but it's no less an action than say hitting a wall with a hammer, and understand those artifacts as product of an individual trying to do something, right? That's the starting point. Because the problem is we're using language to explain cognitive functions, but the use of language like this is also exemplifying a certain kind of cognitive function stack. And it's appealing to those who have my absolute values, NI, or my operational value, TI. You know, it's saying you should validate like this. Of course, people with different stacks, they don't validate like that. And they're not going to be convinced that some explanation model of attention can encapsulate them. They don't want to be conscribed by a map, you know? They think, you don't know me, I'm a infinitely unique individual. I can be all those things that ENTPs are. The problem with typology, of course, in that regard, is that we need to stop talking about ENTPs are like this or whatever, you know, and start saying ENTPs are individuals who have extroverted intuition as a dominant function and introverted thinking as a second function, and then explain what those functions are, you know. The individual ENTP could be anything from uh, a lost and hopeless homeless drunk to president of the United States, you know. The particulars are going to vary a great deal. Trying to tell people, like, because you're an ENTP, you are creative and visionary, is doing us all a huge disservice. It's giving it's giving me a bunch of ISFJs who think they're ENTPs. Because they think, hey, I'm creative and visionary. Well, that's not a quality unique to ENTPs, and it shouldn't be in a type description. You know what I'm saying, everybody? Yes, I am creative and visionary. But remember, I am Eric. ENTP SHMENTP. Eric's not just regular old ENTP. I'm Eric. I was sparkled with special sprinkle dust when I was a baby. You know, it's like my numerology number is like an important one. And my astrology chart says like I'm special. So it's true. It is. Yes, those definitions of types are not definitions. Yeah. The type descriptions are just ways to mislead everybody and or convince subjective knowers and subjective deliberators that they're types they're not, you know? People have an appetite for reading things like, your type has amazing abilities and special attributes. You are the wisest type, and also you're the smartest type, most creative type, and people love you, people admire you because they know how different and special you are because of this special type that you are. People eat that shit up. But it's terrible. It's destroying typology, you know? You're friendly and helpful. Well, Fly Guy, I'm not going to deny that you're friendly and helpful. But if you are, it's not because of your type. Am I friendly and helpful? You could easily argue yes. You could also argue no. What does that even mean? You know? It depends on the context. Am I friendly and helpful? I'm being helpful right now. Am I being friendly too? Well, I mean, we're chatting. I may not be like, oh my God, I love that concept about everything. But that doesn't mean I'm not being friendly. I'm still being friendly. Like, hey friends, let's play a game together. It's called, what's your Indian name? You have to start with a verb and have an animal. Mine is pining gnu. pining gnu. You don't have to limit yourself to North American animals, I don't think. If I had to, I'll go, okay, fine. North American animals. Pining pocket gopher. That's my Indian name. Everybody else pick your Indian name. I'm pining pocket gopher. What are you, Trouble? You want to be meowing, mister? Okay, you could be meowing, mister. You're a good kitty. Daddy loves you. And he admires you. Yes. He thinks you're skilled in many things. Attractive, charismatic, likable. Also really respected by everybody. I think you're incredibly competent at everything you do. You've got great talent for singing. And you do a wonderful job of guarding me when I'm on the toilet to prevent intruders from coming in. You're my hero. Intruders are always trying to break in to look at me while I'm on the toilet. We just want to see what it looks like, Eric. You always turn the camera away. But Trouble scratches their eyes out, don't you, Trouble? Yes. What a good kitty. What an important kitty, man. What a special friend of Lovey's. What a bundle of loving friendship. You're made of softness and meowing purrs. Oh, my special man. You're an INTJ, ENTP, INFJ. You're all the special types. And an INTP. Everybody's favorite types. Oh, wonderful man. You're giving me the wonderful love squints. Daddy loves you. Yes, he does. And he admires your manly virtues. Yes, I do. Such as courage, stick-to-itiveness, determination, decisiveness, homesteading, honesty, thrift, patience, chastity. You're so committed to chastity you became a eunuch. Oh yes. You're my favorite eunuch. I'm sorry they chopped off your balls. But you know what? I'm kind of happy about it too, because you wouldn't have become our cat if they had left your balls on. I haven't heard you complaining about missing them, but I don't speak cat that well. Some of your meows maybe rants about how you were minding your own business one day when these people in the band came and grabbed you and cut off your balls. And who could blame you if you wanted to complain about that? It was quite presumptuous of those people. And it chopped off the tip of his ear, too. If I were he, I would have reported those people to the police. We've got a van of evil castrators driving around. Is this still going? Well, you know what? They don't get a complete pass around here. When Capilla brought in a lizard today, I was upset at her. I told her, don't kill the lizards. But then I put it out on the wall. I don't know if it was still alive, just plain dead, or if it was delicious food for something, but it was gone when I went out later. And the cats were inside, so either a bird ate it or it scurried away, or I don't know. I don't mind the cats killing mice. You got new pills, good, confirmed. Oh, you got some fillings done too, good. I'm glad, Boba Fett. I'm glad you got drugs too. That's always nice. I don't really mind them killing the mice. I don't also mind them killing scorpions. If they were the ones who killed the scorpion, I'm not sure if we stepped on and walked it into the house or if the cats brought it in. But come on in, Capio. You're Little Miss Inside Outside. Back and forth you go. Like a train between Boston and New York. Save the burbs. Yeah, well, I go out and I'll interrupt the cats hunting when I see them going after the woodland friends, you know. Obviously, I'm not a fan of that. Kojitsu, that profile picture is just you jumping in the air and your friend took the picture. That's proof of evolution right there. I'm sold. Evolution is real. Okay, I'm going to stop this live stream now. Thanks for being here. I love you all. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. And when the going gets tough, the tough get going.